that guy that, is going to lay it all on the line. Him and Domas, you're never going to question their effort or their intensity. And it was tremendous to watch against a Milwaukee team that had been playing some great basketball, that has 2 future Hall of Famers. The Kings just rolled over them big time last night.
No match last night. Wasn't even a fair fight. So what's your reward for that? Hey, you got the Lakers coming in tonight. So let's go.
Let's go.
He's dominated them all season.
I tell you what, though, we've owned the Lakers, a chance to sweep the Lakers. I tried to get tickets from Christina Vasquez with the Sacramento Kings. My guy Dale wanted to come to tonight's game. He wanted premium seating, like low, like courtside. All sold out.
Sure.
This building is going to be amped tonight. The hated Lakers are in town. LeBron's a stone's throw from where we're at right now, Whitey.
Come on over, LeBron.
Right there. I know he's listening right now. He's peeking out his windows, nervous about tonight's game.
Hi, Brady.
That's what kind of game it's going to be tonight for the Sacramento Kings.
It's funny you say that because, I got in pretty early driving downtown, and there's signage that was up today that I don't normally see, like event tonight. Well, they don't normally have that sign up, like expect delays. So it's pretty evident that right now everybody around here is preparing for, we have great crowds every night, but tonight's going to be something different.
Yeah, it's going to be something different. And this is a game where, in my opinion, you can bury the Lakers, meaning you beat them right now. You don't have to look behind you at them, I think, for standings. And I know there's still 18 games left to go. I know that.
If the Kings win tonight, are we going to have a funeral for the Lakers tomorrow?
Yes. I will come in all black tomorrow. Chase said, no, we're not
going down that same road again.
All right, let's wait till after the season. How about that? Let's wait till the mission is accomplished. After maybe we see them in the playoffs and we extinguish them then. But no, this is a massive game, man. Like I said, it's a chance to you already have the tiebreaker, obviously, but it's a chance to really put some distance between yourself and the Lakers in the standings.
Yeah, and the Kings scores 5-3 in nationally televised games so far. I'm not counting the NBA TV games. They definitely are aware when the stage is biggest, when the lights are brightest, and I think they're gonna. I know it's gonna be tough after last night. Second night of a back-to-back. But De'Aaron Fox especially is one of those guys, he's keenly aware of that and tends to play his best when he knows everyone's watching.
Yeah, and tends to play his best against the Lakers as well. I mean,
because they can't guard him.
They can't. Their perimeter defense is one of the worst in the league. Foxy is averaging better than 36 points per game against the Lakers this season. Listen to this. That's the most ever by a King in a single season against the Lakers, if he continues that trend. Oscar Robertson averaged 35.7 against the Lakers in 65-66. No other King has averaged what De'Aaron Fox is averaging right now. So he owns the Lakers, and they can't stop him. Who are you going to put on him? D'Angelo Russell? Austin Reeves? I mean, exactly. And they don't have Jared Vanderbilt. He's not healthy. And so this team, perimeter defense, it's there for the picking tonight.
D'Angelo Russell is a guy I've enjoyed watching. I know when he was with the Nets, he had a huge night in Sacramento. I don't respect his game that much because he's so up and down and he's so porous defensively. When he was with the Warriors, that, was like just a bad fit.
Yeah.
However, he's having a really nice year, and he's shooting the 3-ball really well. But the last time they played last week, he was almost invisible. It's like he didn't want to be there because Keon Ellis, Davion, De'Aaron Fox, Kings shut him down last week.
Yes, they did. And he's having a fantastic second half of the season.
He is.
Since the trade rumors have died down, he's almost their X factor. Because LeBron and AD, they're going to do, D'Angelo Russell, if he's clicking, takes them to another level. He didn't want that smoke last week.
Too much for him.
It's too much. And it'll be interesting tonight because I've seen him have good games against the Kings before, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's had some big games against us in the past, but no, you're right. This is a newfound Kings defense, perimeter defensive team that wreaked havoc on Dame Lillard last night. We'll see what they got tonight for D'Angelo.
By the way, I want to thank Dame Lillard because after the game, in his comments, he talked about how the Kings were better than us tonight. They play harder, things like that. He gave the Kings some credit, which Doc Rivers really didn't. Doc Rivers,
what Doc say? What my guy Doc?
Today it's shoot around. They're talking about getting on the plane, and we knew that if we brought that same attitude, we were in for a long night. That was on us. So it's like, unless I missed part of it, it wasn't like, hey, Mike Brown always says you got to give the other team credit. Doc was like, no, we didn't have our heads in the right place. It was on us.
Doc,
Like those guys are beneath us. We beat ourselves.
right. Doc's trying to make sure his guys are mentally still there and, don't want to pile on them. It's just one of 82 to them, and so the Kings were up and they got him last night.
Yeah, they sure did. Man.
Let me say something. Let me go this route because yesterday I said I was going to be all positive. I said I was
for a good 8 minutes.
8 minutes. And then I turned. But today is a good day.
Yeah.
Today is a great day. Today I drove in, had my golf lesson with my guy Tom Morton over there at Hagen Oaks. Struggled for about 48 minutes. That last 5 to 7 minutes, it finally
pure.
For me. It was pure. And it was when Tom walked away. I started striping it. I was like, bang, bang, bang. And I texted him. I'm like, Tom, as soon as you left, I did well. He's like, yes, you got it, Kyle. Stick with it. So I'm feeling good. Drive in, no traffic. Got right into my parking spot. Guess what happens when I walk in the building? Like
popcorn.
Bam, bam, bam. I got my popcorn today. Things are feeling good. As a matter of fact, I approached the popcorn guy downstairs. I said, bro, you want to give me some popcorn? He's like, Drapes, I got to get my numbers, man. I got to make sure I have my count. Who walks around? The boss, Deirdre, comes around at the same exact time. She's like, give Drapes his popcorn. He's like, I got to keep my numbers. She like, if you don't give him his popcorn. So you know what she did? She walked right around the table and said, give me that. Took the popcorn and handed it to me. So today is a good day, my boy. Today is a great day to start.
Yeah.
As the legendary poet Ice Cube would say, it was a good day.
The way some of your stories have been going, I was afraid that you had texted Tom Morton and he didn't text you back. That's what I know. That's what I was afraid was going to happen.
Tom usually only texts when we're down 20 or when we're losing. That's the only time. But today, he texted me, hey, we're still on for noon. Had a good lesson. Got my popcorn. Nice weather outside. Going to be in the 70s later this week. All is well in Drapes land right now.
And I will say this again. I know we've talked about this a lot. There have been many years in Sacramento where the weather starts to turn like this, and you're looking forward to the freaking draft in the lot, right? That's all you have to look forward to. And this year, who knows where this is going, but this is a lot of fun. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but here we are looking forward to a meaningful game against the hated Lakers. It is a meaningful game for them, too. I don't want to hear about, it matters to the Kings, but it doesn't matter to the Lakers. No, this is a big game for them.
You could argue this is a bigger game for the Lakers than the Kings because right now they're a game ahead of the Warriors talking about the Lakers. They're 2 back of the Kings. The Kings win this. The Lakers will be 3 games back with about 18, 17 to go. And so, sure, anything can happen. But with the Kings owning the tiebreaker, in essence, they're 4 games ahead of the Lakers. That's almost insurmountable in that short of time. And so then you win tonight. And I don't know if does Phoenix play tonight? You win tonight. You're only a half game behind Phoenix. There's a chance at the end of the night you could be back in the top 6. Yeah. And so this is a massive game for both teams. And I like the vibes that I'm seeing from the team last night. I'm seeing from the community. Everybody seems to be getting along. No anger, no angst. It's a good day to be a Sacramento.
Phoenix does not play.
Suns do not play tonight. Yes, that Phoenix does not play. The Pelicans play, and Dallas plays Golden State, which is a big game with Western Conference.
Who we cheering for in that one?
Well, I was going to ask you about that. You can't cheer for the Warriors. You should cheer for the Warriors, but you can't, can you? I mean, you're not.
I'm gonna just sit this one out. I'm gonna just let the chips fall where they may, if you will.
Yeah.
Now I'll pull for the Warriors tonight. I'll pull for the Warriors only if the Kings win.
Gotcha.
Because if the Kings lose and the Warriors win, then bam, it's a 2-game lead over the Warriors, and they're sniffing you just a little bit.
Yeah. So the Kings win tonight. Drapes and I are having the funeral for the Lakers tomorrow. Is that confirmed?
Nah, Jay's going to be
Jay's going to be the minister at the funeral. Is that right, Jay?
There's going to be a pallbearer out there.
Give them their last rites.
Why you always lying?
Absolutely not. We're not doing the same. We're not making the same mistake the Rise guys did years ago on the Drive guys. It's not happening.
You say that was the death of the Rise guys back?
It was close
right there. Thank you. No, we're not. I'm not hopping on that bandwagon with you.
All right,
you're by yourself.
Well, just keep it in the back pocket.
All right,
keep it on the back burner
for the playoffs
someday. Yeah.
You know how TNT does gone fishing?
Yes, sir.
That's what we could do. At the end,
Uh-huh.
when Warriors get eliminated, Lakers get eliminated, we can have their funeral.
Absolutely.
Right.
Looking forward to it. And looking forward to Drape's takes next from the Golden One Center with the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Drape's takes coming right up. Before we get to that, yesterday, right before we left the air, we were talking with the high flyer about possibilities at forward, given that Keegan wasn't going to play. And we kind of, as a joke, I kind of mentioned, what about Kevin Huerter? And what do you know? I mean, it was a 3-guard lineup, but technically he started at that 3. Yeah. And you said he could do that.
I told you he could do that. Man, I've been dude, I don't come up with Drape's takes and opinions just out of nowhere. It's years of training at this, Whitey. And I'm going to call you Kevin by your government name because you're doubting me right now. Dude, that's what
I'm giving you credit.
I'm saying you sound so shocked and like, Drapes, you were actually right about that.
I'm giving you credit.
Dude, all right, I appreciate that. I thought against this team, I thought it was okay to do it. Now, I wouldn't do it against Phoenix, let's say, with Beal, Booker, and Durant. I'm necessarily, but Jay Crowder, who's my guy, he's not much of an offensive threat. And I thought
he scored all that.
Yeah, I thought Kevin Huerter could stay with him, and he did a great job last night.
Well, I did another on Twitter, a little musical tribute to Kevin Huerter. You might want to check that out. Again, it's not something that legally we could play, but you might want to check that out on Twitter. And thanks to those who already have. Right now, it's time for Drape's Takes.
Calm down, Lion. Calm down. Take it easy, man. Just take it easy.
As I said last segment, ladies and gentlemen, it was a good day. It was a great day yesterday to be a Sacramento King. And I'm going to start off with the start of last night's game. And I'm going to give 3 guys some love here as part of Drake's take. It's not going to be Domantas Sabonis, who was fantastic. It's not going to be De'Aaron Fox, who was great. I thought the 3 guys that set the tone from the jump was Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, and Keon Ellis. They made the first few threes. Keon, the job he did defensively. HB knocking 3 threes down in the first quarter. I mean, that's the kind of start and kind of impact we need. Because what happens, Whitey, is you don't need those guys to play hard, like give you that for 48 minutes, a whole game. But they got to give you something. And I thought they got the game off to a tremendous start, especially Keon Ellis. Can I give my guy Keon some credit? Your guy as well.
Our guy.
You've been on
absolutely.
The perfect 5-0 as a starter.
He was tremendous.
I thought just his defensive intensity on the ball to start the game against Dame Lillard was a big reason why the Kings built the lead and never looked back.
It's funny, after the game, De'Aaron Fox was talking about what it's like with him and sometimes Keon or Davion on the floor, and his eyes lit up. He's like, it's fun for him defensively. when that's the case. Yeah, and Harrison Barnes, I think a lot of Kings fans would be surprised if they took a moment to realize and look at what he's shooting from the 3-point line and what he's always shot last couple of years. He's a good 3-point, really good.
He's right at around 40%. Yeah, and it's just he doesn't take a whole lot. Like fans would want him to be more aggressive, and I hear you on that. But Harrison Barnes, I thought last night, right from the jump, he looked great. The shot looked good, and I think that's where his value can be for this team. Like you said, his numbers indicate that he's an elite 3-point shooter, 39.8% this season. I would like to see more HB like that to start the game. It doesn't have to be, fourth quarter. Like if he can give them something early, and we know from Mike Brown's history, if you show him something early, you'll play late. You know what I mean? If you're rolling, he'll roll with you.
I know you get tired of hearing about it, but I think he's a guy that really benefits from when the spray game is working.
Yes.
He does.
No, you're the spray game. No, you're right. You're right. And that ball was moving last night. I thought they did a fantastic job. They had 12 assists in the first quarter. Think about that. 12 of their first 14 buckets were assisted. And if you have that kind of math, I mean, that's how Mike Brown wants this team to play. And so I thought they did a tremendous job offensively last night.
Yeah, one more quick number because I think it relates to what you're saying about Keon Ellis. I'm not sure how many of these he had, but there were 6 50-50 balls last night. Yeah. Mike Brown said the Kings got every one of them.
Right. And a lot of times, too, with that, it's not just getting the 50-50. It's maybe keeping it alive for somebody else. Looks like, they had Bucks having a rebound yesterday. Keon comes flying in, tips it away, and that gives the Kings an opportunity. And so I'm a big fan of Keon Ellis. I see what you mean. He does a lot of things that don't even show up in the box score, really. Like his impact can be felt deeper. I also want to give some love to my guy, Malik Monk. I don't know what Monty McNair has to do. I don't know what Wes Wilcox has to do, Vivek Ranadive, what they have to do. But Malik is not only a part of this organization, a part of this franchise. Malik is a part of this city. He is in the fabric of this city. He's a fan favorite right here. And we need to do whatever we can to re-sign this guy because and De'Aaron Fox talked about it yesterday. We know the scoring. That's his playmaking. His energy is contagious on this team. And when it's all said and done, I would like to look back and think of Malik Monk as one of the all-time great Sacramento Kings.
He's the king of the Kings, and the most impressive number for me last night on Malik Monk's line was 0 turnovers.
March Madness is here, and the UC Davis Aggies have earned the 2 seed for the Big West Tournament.
Pepper, inside the lane, step back, 17-footer. Got it! Nothing but that for Eli Pepper. The man is unstoppable, and the Aggies lead.
Join us Friday night at 8:30 as UC Davis looks to advance to the conference championship. Follow the Aggies' quest to reach the big dance. Friday at 8:30 right here on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're looking at bright and breezy conditions for today. Expect those north winds this afternoon in the 10 to 20 mile per hour range with gusts up to close to 30. We'll see daytime highs in the mid 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
10 best cars, making Honda the winningest brand in car and driver award history. Come drive it. We are Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. I just can't control my feet.
Coming to the venue at Thunder Valley, March 30th. World One presents The Jacksons. Don't miss The Jacksons with Sister Sledge and special guest The Tramps featuring Earl Young. Live on one stage, The Jacksons with Sister Sledge, March 30th at the venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets available now at the Thunder Valley box office, Ticketmaster.com, and World1Presents.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
With conference championships around the corner, now's the time to register for the Dos Million Bracket Challenge. Sign up now at TwinPeaksBracketChallenge.com. Then fill out your bracket before the tournament tips off March 21st.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got good news. The American Energy Heat and Air $0 HVAC diagnostic has been extended to February 29th. That's right. It expired at the end of January, but want to give you all an opportunity who missed out to get in. It's a $99 value. All right, it's $100, and right now it's free. I don't know how much easier I can pitch that. Normally $100, now $0. Let the American Energy team test your system, your connections, and all the moving parts of that system to make sure it's functioning properly. And you know who's going to be coming to your home? A group of people that have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. A group of folks that have been making the greater Sacramento area proud since 1981. $0 HVAC diagnostic. Normally a $100 value right now at American Energy Heat and Air. Go to AmericanEnergyAir.com or call them to make your appointment, 916-520-9990.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Right now, Maida Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2024 half-ton Silverado LT Crew Cab 4-wheel drives after rebate. It's a Maida Chevy exclusive.
See dealer for details. Ends 3/31/24.
See all the savings at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Every beer has a history, but not every beer is as legendary as Coors Banquet. Brewed only in Golden, Colorado. Born of the Rocky Mountains. There's only one beer in the history of beer that has been as stolen, smuggled, and sought after as this one. It's time to find out why. Coors Banquet, brewed in Golden, Colorado, served everywhere. 2022 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hi, everyone. It's Emran Pilati, the host of the True Sports Card Show here on Sactown Sports 1140, Saturdays at 10 a.m. I'm excited about our second location at the Roseville Galleria as True Sports Cards continues our expansion. And to celebrate this day, we're excited to announce that Kevin Herter from the Sacramento Kings will be signing autographs on March 30th at 3 p.m. You can get your tickets for this event right now by going to TrueSportsCards.com, searching Kevin Herter in the search bar, and buying your ticket. Limited tickets are available, so please go to the website, TrueSportsCards.com, and get your Kevin Herter tickets right now.
Dave Riggin is back on, and thank you for sticking with us. We're back here at the Golden One Center. Kyle Draper, Kevin Whitey Gleason, getting ready for the Lakers and Kings. Maybe somebody across the street didn't like what you were saying about the Kings. I guess.
You know, LeBron is powerful.
Yeah, I know.
You know, he runs the league.
I do.
You know, we called him out, and he pulled the plug on us. But as my guy Ryan Williams Art says, Drape's takes are so hot they literally dropped the mic. The takes were so hot, Whitey,
burned out some wiring.
FCC was like, "Oh my gosh, it's too hot. We got to pull the plug on this guy." And so now we'll have a revised Drape's takes coming up at the top of the hour. Don't worry, I got some more heat to bring you at the top.
Mic
of the hour.
check.
Yeah, you and Katie brought some heat last night on that dunk by the Milwaukee Bucks, Andre Jackson Jr.
Like.
You guys were on the front page, ESPN.com.
Were we?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, it was one of those, like, if it would have happened in a close game or us being down 30, I don't think I would have reacted like that. But it was like the one Bucks highlight pretty much all night long, you know, outside of Giannis getting, 30 or whatever. Like, he was shot out of a cannon. Like, that was one of the best dunks of the year. And it was, who was it? Trey Lyles, I think, was underneath him.
I think so.
Yeah, somebody. And I was like, man.
Well, Trey might have been.
No, he might have been gone by then. Yeah. I don't know. Kessler, I can't remember who it was that was in the game. And I was like, my gosh, he just like climbed up on him basically and rode him like Seabiscuit the way he got up. That was a dunk. That was amazing, man.
That's what I can't figure out is if he got up all that high by himself where his head was above the rim, or if he got up and then he landed on somebody's back. I do think for a minute it looked like he jumped up and his head was above the rim.
Right.
I've never seen that before.
And that's what I said. I was like, it's not even his head. Like, part of his chest was at the rim.
Yeah.
Like, man. And so that was the lone Bucks highlight last night. And it was such a hellacious dunk. Like, the entire arena minus Keegan Murray was like,
oh yeah.
My God. Yeah. And when I do these games sometimes, Whitey, and it was like this during the NBA playoffs, when the crowd gets so loud or something happens, your headphones, it sounds like white noise. You know, it's just like all of a sudden, that's what happened with that dunk. It was like white noise in my headphones. It was one of those ones that every 17,000 plus reacted to.
Yeah, and you mentioned, it's funny because we were talking about Thanasis yesterday and he played.
Yeah.
But you mentioned Giannis and he had 30, a very quiet 30, right?
Yeah.
He's got 28 points.
Yeah, and he was the only one doing anything. I mean, think about it, though. He was 10 of 17. I thought he tried to impose his will, but it just didn't matter. You know, it just, as great as Giannis is, as great as Giannis was, it was the least impactful 30 points of the season because it didn't matter.
Nice enough to join us here as we get ready for a big game tonight. Fox 40 Kings insider, the one and only Sean Cunningham. And Sean, my boy, thanks for being with us. You know, you were here Sunday for the Rockets game. Then we saw what happened last night. How do you explain the Jekyll and Hyde nature of these Kings?
It's funny because I keep talking about how they sometimes look for better parts of the season like they're a 500 basketball team, but they're 10 games over 500, but they just have those types of characteristics, rise to the level of opposition. Sometimes you trick off some games. Sometimes it takes, you believe in your record a little bit and you feel like you can just flip a switch and turn it on and close out a game you're supposed to. But honestly, I just think it has to do with expectations. I think it just really is as a team that a lot of these games last year, there were opponents that would take them lightly. And I think the lower tier of the NBA comes in here and knows there's a recipe to beat the Kings. And all you got to do is punch first, punch them in the mouth, disrupt Domas, and then hope they miss 3-pointers. And I think if you play a little bit physical, they tend to wilt a little bit. So I think lower echelon teams really kind of identify that and take advantage of it. And then if you're the Kings and you're going up against those higher tier teams, well, then you get a result like last night where you absolutely bring it. And it's weird because the Bucks had beat the Kings 15 straight games, dating back to the old arena. And that's a team in my mind that's just like the poster child for length and physicality and athleticism and everything that gives the Kings fits historically, and especially over these last 2 years. And to see what they did in Milwaukee in that 1-point overtime loss, I had no idea how they were in that game. And then to see the way they came out with purpose last night, just goes to show you that this team is capable of being that team that they want to be.
Sean Cunningham joining us here on the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports 1140. Sean, when you look at what transpired last night, I want to focus on the defense. What stood out to you about the way the Kings played defense last night?
Yeah, I mean, they went to a lot of zone, which I know Mike Brown talks about hating zones. He says he's gone to it at times. I kind of like the fact that they embraced the 3-guard lineup so much. I mean, obviously, Keon Ellis has made a remarkable impact on just his energy. I mean, it's not even just defensively, but he's kind of that connector, kind of that guy that's been able to that guys really kind of feed off of. And I think that the fact that you've got him and Davion playing really, really well together comes in as like a 1-2 punch for this defense and what they're trying to be disruptive. And I think especially, you're already without Keegan, that's some size, and he's kind of become your best defender on this team. And then you lose Trey Lyles in that game. And oftentimes I think Mike Brown, if there was one criticism I would have of him throughout the course of the season, is sometimes I feel like he waits for the other team to do something first, and then he's very reactionary. And I think he's gotten to a place in the season so far now to where he's now being maybe the disruptor, or the guy that might put a wrinkle in first and see how the other team reacts. And clearly when you start losing some of that length and you already know you're beat with length, you kind of go smaller, and it had a pretty good result last night. And I also thought, I know this Bucks team is a really, really good team, but I think he caught him at a good time. They had just got blitzed by the Warriors, and then here you come in here, and I don't think they were expecting to have to work the way they were. And I think they were going to hope to get a little bit more out of Lillard, especially with him being back in California. And Lillard looked really discombobulated to me. So I think that's still a team that's kind of finding himself, which is weird because they're such a great team record-wise. But I think the Kings needed that game. They showed they needed that game. And defensively, I think they took a huge step in that column.
Sean Cunningham, you, of course, have a unique perspective on the Kings because you've covered them for better or worse for many, many, many years. You've been a fan since before that. So, we've seen as Kings fans a litany of guys kind of on the fringes come and go, and guys that, maybe this guy's a player and nope, he's not. My point is Keon Ellis is a guy that was on the fringe and looks like, wow, this guy has an NBA future. What has impressed you the most about seeing his career arc and seeing him do what he needed to do to get to the point where he is now?
Well, the one thing that leaps off is the guy who's just always ready. I asked him earlier in the season, like, I know it seems simple enough for an athlete to just accept a role, but when you go from being, I'm a G League player, I'm a two-way player, sometimes I play, maybe I don't, and now I'm starting and now I'm out again, and having to make the most of the opportunity when it presents itself is paramount. And you go back to really what gave him the opportunity, those 2 losses in Houston, garbage time, coming out and being able to maximize those garbage minutes and have them blossom into something. And it's kind of a pinch me moment for him, I think, where if he looks back at it and it's like, man, this is kind of where it all started. But a guy who goes undrafted, defies the odds. I'm not sitting here saying this guy is a surefire NBA player on every team in the league, but circumstance, luck, there's so many things that factor into it. I was having some conversation with some scouts last night, and it's like, one of them had ties to the Kings, and that he'd mentioned seeing Jimmer Fredette, or we were talking about Stanley Johnson, who's now with the G League in Stockton, guys that just are kind of sometimes products of their environment. They don't sometimes go to the right places and get that opportunity and maximize it and then stay healthy on top of all of that thing that's been. I think it's just been such a great story, and it's the guy's 5-0 as a starter. I mean, that's just so impressive. And to be able to just be a plug and play guy and talk to him about that role and having a comfort level and having peace of knowing that, like, this is my role. This is what I mean for my team. I just have to, it's not like he switches who he is in any shape or form, depending upon the minutes he gets. So he's been Mr. Consistency. I know he's had a few stumbles in early part of the season, but by and large, he's just been really impressive. And it's just such a feel-good story. Good for him. And to hopefully he can see something for the Kings and kind of building that path. I think they're onto something special with him and Davion together. I really do.
Sean Cunningham joining us, hardest working man in television right there. This guy's at every event, every college event, high school. I mean, you always see this guy out there. Sean, when you look at, last night's win and the way Malik Monk played, and I know he's a free agent after this season, and some decisions are going to have to be made. But this up and down roller coaster. The one thing that seems to be refreshing to me when I listen to Malik is he understands it's been up and down. He understands that, you know what, they needed to take care of a win last night at home for this fan base. What do you make of Malik and just his status, his stature here with the fan base in Sacramento? Because I think, he's one of the fan favorites for this team.
Oh, I agree 100%. And I mean, I think I've told you guys before. I mean, this goes back to last year, right around December. I was like, hey, this team's pretty good. Like, I'm ready to kind of say this is a good team. I think it has, you know what you're getting from Fox and Sabonis every single night. And I kind of sound like a broken record, but I'm the guy that says Malik to me is the most important player on this team. He gives them an identity. He gives them that kind of that vibe, if you will. And as long as he's not turning the ball over, I mean, they feed off of that energy. And anytime he's a factor offensively, he's obviously out, especially whether they're home or on the road, this team just feeds off it. And it's great when they're at home because the crowd feeds off it. Yeah. He's getting ovations that are like Bobby Jackson back in the day. A guy was such a fan favorite coming off the bench. He's somebody much like Keon Ellis who embraces his role. I get asked all the time from fans and even other media members, like, well, why don't they put him in the starting lineup? I said, man, if there's one guy on this team that you do not want to mess with in terms of his role and what he means to this team, it's Malik Monk. He's completely happy with coming off the bench. He knows the role that he serves. And man, I got to tell you guys, if I'm Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox and Vivek Ranadive and Mike Brown, and I'm getting it to the end of the year, and how do you not re-sign this guy? Give him whatever the hell he wants. I mean, he is so much part of this team's identity, and he would be a very, very difficult piece to have to replace if and seeing him go into free agency. That being said, make no mistake, guys, he's going for that bag. He's going to go for the absolute max money that he can get. And if anyone's familiar with his journey, even prior to coming to the Lakers before he came to the Sacramento Kings, it's a feel good story. It's one of redemption in a way, and he's found a place in his league, and he's absolutely thriving.
Sean, I don't see in your studio there a crystal basketball, but I'm going to ask you to peer into one anyway. No. You have a unique sense, as I say, on this franchise. You've seen these teams, you've seen these seasons, the ebbs and the flows. Do you think this Kings team right now has another run left in them before the regular season ends?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, it's weird because I'm very much not the guy typically that's all rosy and optimistic, but maybe it's because there's so many people on this roller coaster that we call it game in, game out. And it's not just fans and media guys. I mean, those players kind of wear this up and down ebbs and flows, as you mentioned, with this season. And from the bird's eye view, like, I think they're honestly pretty fine. I mean, they know what they are, they know what they're not. And I do see a pathway that not only can they, maybe have a 5 to 6 game win streak before in these final 18 and kind of get a little bit of momentum going, especially because of all the home games, which I know the home cooking hasn't been the greatest for the Kings, but I do feel like there's enough moments for them still left to kind of build some momentum. And I'm not a big momentum guy, but in March, momentum seems to be kind of a thing and all across basketball in both college and pros. And I do feel that the Kings are in a pretty decent spot here. I do think they will avoid the play-in tournament, although I don't think they're afraid of it. But I do think they will avoid the play-in tournament. And I also think that, based on some matchups out here, guys, with the way the West is, I like what their record is against the Western Conference for the most part. Yeah. And I think, when you're going from playing the Bucks one night to the Lakers the next, and then 2 days later playing the Knicks, it's different than having to play playoff basketball. I do think the Kings, based on the way they play and based on some of the guys that they have on their team and the depth that they have, I think that they will be a very tough out in the playoffs, depending upon who that they play. And I could see this team make a little bit of a run in the playoffs. I'm not saying that they're going to be a perennial, conference final or even an NBA final appearance, but I can envision a first, second round. And even if maybe the ceiling, maybe it is a conference final appearance, just depending upon who they match up with and play. And honest, guys, look around the league, injuries are starting to become a major factor right now. So I don't think people should be, I think they should take the bird's eye view of this team rather than the day-to-day and kind of embrace what they are, which is 10 games over 500 in a very crowded Western Conference.
Sean Cunningham, thanks. We'll see you in a couple hours. We appreciate your time.
You got it, guys. Take it easy.
All right, Sean. See you, man.
Yeah. Now, as far as injuries, he mentioned injuries. The Kings have a few injuries they're dealing with tonight. Hopefully, not a major.
Yeah, Trey Lyles is out. He left knee, they're calling it. I think it is. Let me pull it up again. I just want to get it accurate. Yeah, Trey Lyles, left knee sprain.
Only 8 minutes last night before he got hurt.
Yeah, before he got hurt. Keegan Murray right now questionable left ankle sprain. And this is one I didn't see last night. Kevin Herter, a right leg contusion is questionable tonight. And so you're talking, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", I don't know who you replace him with.
Yeah. We know Trey Lyles can't play. If Keegan can play, if Keegan can't play, then Kevin Herter's probably going to play, right? I mean, he has to.
No, he does. What do you mean he has to?
Well, somebody
guys
has
are
to.
hurt. They're hurt, right?
Yeah, I know, but depending on the extent of it.
Might be a Jalen Slauson kind of game.
Wow.
Maybe. It is,
I just think Red Velvet would play unless his leg falls off. If Keegan's not there, I'll bet you he'll play.
He'll give it.
And I'm not suggesting he's not hurt or anything. I'm just saying I bet you he would play.
I will say this. Fortunately for us, we do this show at this time slot and at this location. We'll be able to see who comes out. Because Keegan, if I'm correct, we didn't see him during his normal warm-up time yesterday. Now, if he comes out, we'll be able to give our listeners that information.
Mm-hmm. Coming up here, thanks for nothing, Doc. Doc Rivers not giving the Kings any credit last night. More on that when we come back to the Gold One Center. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Sweep LA. The Kings go for the season sweep tonight against the Lakers.
Here's a great steal. Malik Monk ahead to Keon Ellis. A full-blown two-hand throwdown. And the Kings have a 20-point lead as the defense has just been spectacular.
The Kings and Lakers tonight at 7 on your home for Kings basketball. Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
My wife and I we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own lawn report.
Elevate your golf game at Timber Creek Golf Course in Roseville. Just named to the prestigious Golfer's Choice 2024 Top 25 Public Golf Courses in all of California by Golf Pass. Timber Creek offers an unparalleled experience. Our revamped practice facility features a grass driving range, expanded putting greens, and a chipping area complete with sand traps. Whether you're a pro or just starting your golf journey, Timber Creek is the place to be. Visit us and discover why we're the talk of Sacramento and beyond. Unwind and tee off at Timber Creek Golf Course. Get ready for your chance to win a $475 gift card by entering Sactown Sports Bracket Challenge on Monday, March 18th. Sponsored by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
The Tribe Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Thanks to Sean Cunningham for being with us. We just had an interesting discussion about tonight, last night. Malik Monk. By the way, Drapes, and I don't mean to wander back down into the pit of bitterness here. This is just something that amused me today. That's okay. I think we can be above it. You know, the Ringer has their list of the 100 best players throughout the year, and they update it. Yep. During the summer, you know, we spend more time on it because there's not as much going on. Yeah. And they just yesterday updated their top 100 players in the NBA. Malik Monk is not on it. And I just thought, well, that's amusing.
What?
Yeah. He's not on the Ringer's list of the 100 top players in the NBA. And again, like I say, I don't mean to start ranting and raving, but it's like, well, that's wrong. People just aren't paying enough attention to what's going on here.
Yeah.
You got, I think, De'Aaron is 19, Domas 22, and there are no other Kings on the list.
Okay. That's blasphemous if you ask me. I mean, what Malik Monk is doing, you know, the best sixth man. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by the halftime entertainment tonight. This girl,
I know,
this woman down here.
Yes.
I mean, this is truly amazing what she is doing.
I know, and there's like 3 people watching and no one else is paying attention.
Right, and we're like, I'm like, look at this. This is
I know.
So if you're coming to the game tonight, stay in your seats at halftime. I mean, she's
not staying in her seat and she's riding a bike.
Right, and she's riding a bike.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. All right. Malik,
you're right. Like how do you do that the first time?
Right.
Oh, I'm gonna stand on top of the handlebars. Let's see how that goes.
Oh
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, this will be interesting. I'm on the call tonight. So
that one I don't know about that one.
Look at that one.
Yeah. It's amazing.
That's impressive. All right. Sorry.
And there's like 2 guys over there watching and no one else is paying any
Everybody
attention
else on
to
their phone.
Yeah.
And, you know, doing like this is tremendous. Oh my God. Oh, I can't wait for this one. This might be my favorite one. Sorry, Red Panda. You know, Red Panda with the bowls. And
I like the guy with the dog last night.
You like that, huh?
Yeah.
That's old and tired, though. I've seen that 1,000 times.
I know. It's just, you got a dog in it. You got
But with this tonight, this is an omen, if you will. Like foreshadowing of how great of a night it's going to be. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
It really is. It really is.
Nobody else going to give her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gave us a wave, too. That's impressive. Wow. All right. Let me ask you this, though, because there are 30 teams in the league, okay? I'm just doing the numbers. Let's say every team has 2 people on this Ringers list. That's 60. Let's say every team has 3. That's 90. Then there's only room for 10 more. Where does Malik fit in the pecking order of our team? 3rd best player on our team, would you say?
Sure.
Okay. All right. And so for Malik not to even be in the top 100, hopefully you see where I'm going here. If every team had 3, it'd be 90. He'd be on that list. So some teams got 4 and 5
Well,
guys,
right. Yeah,
and Malik didn't even make it, which is crazy to think, right?
Yeah, like I think Walker Kessler's on there. He's a nice player. But he's
Good
not
player. Good player.
He's not as good as Malik Monk.
Is Russell Westbrook on there?
I don't know.
All right, now,
he might not be because he's hurt right now,
all right,
but yeah.
If he was on, and this is no disrespect, but if Russell Westbrook is, how about Jordan Clarkson? Like Malik Monk right now is, to me, easily a top 100 player.
Oh, I agree. I agree. And it's on me. Like I said, I didn't mean to drag us back into this, but it's just like, well, that's not right. And it's just kind of typical of the
like
disrespect.
There's some teams like Detroit. How many Detroit got? 1 maybe, and Cade Cunningham?
Cade is on there. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, but outside of that, and so for Sacramento to only have 2, and they're the 2 of the top 22, and then the next 78 players, none of the Kings. You're right. It's not right at all. It's not right.
We were just talking, as I said, with Sean Cunningham about Malik's future here, and this is where it's going to get really dicey. We all say, "Oh, the Kings have to do." We all know it. Kings have to do whatever they can to keep him, and they're just limited. And if it comes to that, where he goes, and let's pray he doesn't. But a lot of people are going to be upset. The Kings should have kept him. Why didn't they do more to keep him? And there's only so much they can offer.
Yes,
that's a scary part.
But this is one area where they can do something, a shorter term deal, and then re-up him in a year or 2 to the full max that he can get. Because right now they don't have his bird rights. That's the problem. They don't have his bird rights. But if you sign him to a 2-year, I don't know what the number would be, $40 million or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
With the wink, wink, nod, we'll take care of you, kind of thing. Like Malik is still young. He, and I know Sean Cunningham said he's going to get the bag and he's, wants to secure the bag. But man, for Malik to get his money in Sacramento, what is it? 478 is the max they can offer.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you extend him for a year or 2 and then give him the big golden parachute kind of contract. It's risky for Malik's, what a bird in the hand is worth more than one in the bush. Like, why would he do that? But that's the only way I think Malik, the Kings will be able to compete with an Orlando or a Detroit or somebody with this San Antonio with this cap space that they can go out there and pay Malik $25 million a year.
You want to hear the bottom 10 or so on the Ringers list, top 100?
All right, yeah.
100, Brandon Miller. 99, Walker Kessler. 98, Isaiah Hartenstein. All these guys better than. Yeah. Chris Paul, 97. Terry Rozier. Nikola Vucevic. Norman Powell. Nick Claxton. RJ Barrett.
No way.
Malcolm Brogdon.
Who wrote that? I'm going to text Kevin O'Connor right now. He won't answer me back, but I'm going to text him anyway.
Manuel Quickly, Marcus Smart, Jaime Jaquez Jr.
Wow.
Yeah. Your guy Dylan Brooks, Jalen Suggs, Kyle Kuzma, Naz Reid.
No way. I'm texting Kevin O'Connor of the Ringer.
This is, I think, all of their writers combined to come up. Austin Reeves, 77.
Does it say staff?
Austin Reeves?
Whitey, does that say staff, like written by the staff, Ringer staff?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jalen Johnson, Caruso, Kobe White, CJ McCollum, Jeremy Grant, Fred VanVleet. Yeah, it's incredible.
Malik should be in the 70s the way
That's what I'm saying.
I know, and I'm up 57, Cade Cunningham. Draymond Green, 54. Yeah. I mean, there's obviously some great players, but you get to that bottom, it's like, okay, where is Malik? Where is he?
Who would you take right now? Malik Monk or a guy we're about to see tonight, Austin Reeves?
Malik.
There you go. To Jay's point, he should be in the 70s then. Like, but this is the problem with the NBA and media and all this. If Malik Monk was doing this in the Knicks jersey, Stephen A. Smith would be
Absolutely
talking about
true.
him every single day. He'd be getting all the love. If he was in the Lakers jersey, how is Chris Paul on that list? And Chris Paul's played like 12 games all season long.
The reason he has a reputation. He plays out here too. I was going to say, a lot of the Ringer writers, they're back east. Kings games are on late. Right. They don't have time to watch Malik Monk.
Malik is, I mean, he's borderline. I don't want to say most improved, but he's about to take that next leap. Like, he's going from 6-man to valuable starter kind of, skills that he's displaying.
The interesting thing about what you just said to me is that, normally with a guy's most improved, it's almost a backhanded thing because like, oh, he wasn't very good before.
Yeah.
Now, look, he's a player. Malik was already good, but you could consider him maybe a candidate for most improved because of the way he's showing he can do things no one thought he could do when it comes to running an offense.
Yeah, he used to just be thought of being a scorer, right?
Yes.
A bucket getter. Now he is legit a point guard, like the way he's playing out there. He's a facilitator, a creator. And the thing I like most about Malik, obviously, he has big cojones, like he plays that way, the chip on his shoulder. But when he's out there, he makes other people better. He makes some of our bigs better. He makes Domas's life easier. Alex Lynn on the roll. And so I think those are things that can't even be measured in the stat sheet. Like, just when you watch him, you see the offense has a different pop to it.
Mm-hmm. I asked him last night after the game if he feels like since he's played point more the last couple of years here, if he's gotten better at it. Yeah. And he gave a very Malik answer, which we'll share with you when we come back.
Okay.
Thanks for nothing, Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers last night. We deserved it tonight. It's my fault. I didn't get them prepared the way I should have mentally. At shoot-around, guys, we're talking about planes leaving. As a staff, we talked about it after shoot-around, that if our focus is not better than this morning, it's going to be a long day. And it was a long day, so that's on us. Give the kid some credit, Doc.
That's a 25-year veteran, not where, because he doesn't have to give them any bulletin board material. Don't have to see them in the playoffs. Doc Rivers is the type, it's all about what we do.
Yes.
Not what the other team
Yeah.
does.
Because we're that good.
Yeah, they're that good.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, I'll give you Malik's answer. Also, Mike Brown explains why the offense was popping last night. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
At LL Flooring, we've been a trusted partner to pros for over 30 years. With over 400 nationwide warehouses full of in-stock, job-ready inventory, you'll get what you need. And our exclusive pro pricing means that pros never pay retail. Because at LL Flooring, all we do is floors. So we're going to do it right. Sign up for a free pro account today to start getting pro benefits.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA. And the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team. Plus, one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Now, I took the half-hour drive to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, and I came home with the finest car I've ever owned. I'm rocking that brand new EQS SUV they outfitted me with, and it's stylish and so comfortable. I love Mercedes cars. Also, Mercedes builds amazing commercial vehicles. Now, if you own a business, Mercedes builds commercial vans capable of any job. And with special interest rates as low as 4.9% on new Sprinter vans, plus the available tax breaks on Sprinter vans for commercial use, choosing a Mercedes van is a smart move. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has a huge full-service commercial fleet center. Go see my good friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Just a half-hour drive down I-5 from SAC, and it's online all the time at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Sacramento is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Call Revive Men's Health Sacramento at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
The Kings just disemboweled the Bucks last night, and now we're getting ready for the Kings and the Lakers tonight. Drive Guys with you. We also have Drape's Takes coming up here in just a bit. Apologies. Drapes was about halfway through his last Drape Takes. We had some sort of problems here. Obviously, the Lakers broke in the communication, something. So we weren't able to share all of that with you. So we're looking forward to that, Drapes.
Yeah, that's coming up. I'm excited. I'll rehash that and come with a little new flavor as well. It's interesting. I'm sitting here watching. I just was reminded that, oh, yeah, we're playing the Lakers tonight. I see Dave McMenamin of ESPN down here on the sideline, setting up his camera and everything, getting ready. And I forgot, oh, yeah, it's an ESPN game also. And so we're going to get a lot of love. Well, we should get a lot of love tonight. And we got Dave coming up. Coming up a little later. Dave McMenamin, ESPN reporter. He'll be joining us here on the Drive Guys. And so this is a big game tonight.
It absolutely
a lot of
is.
eyeballs on this one tonight.
It's very interesting to me that as we seem to be getting a clearer idea of what the Kings are or what they should be, Malik Monk is a bigger and bigger part of that. Would you agree? What's the character of this team? Well, it's like they got to be more like Malik Monk. They got to be scrappy. And he's the one that said Sunday, you know what? We gave in a little too early. He's the one talking about how hard they got to play. We have to play harder than the other team. And that's absolutely their best path forward.
Yeah, and he's one of those leaders that can, show that on the court. Like, I said it earlier, like the way he plays is kind of contagious, when he has that swagger, when he has that balance. When Malik is just blending in, that means the team isn't flowing as well. And so, no, he's the heart and soul of this team. I think, and we had on Sean Cunningham a little bit ago, and he mentioned it. He's the X factor for this team. I always thought it was Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk, but, Domas and De'Aaron, they're going to get their 20 points. If you get another 20-point per game score, and Malik Monk has been on a tear as of late, I think that just makes this team, so much more dangerous. And we'll see tonight. This is a big game tonight. I don't think they've been 11 games over 500 at any point this season. And so there's an opportunity here tonight for the Sacramento Kings.
We're going to talk a little more about it coming up this hour, but Malik set a franchise record last night, as you may know, most assists for a reserve player. He broke Bobby Jackson's record. One of the funny things about that is after the game, somebody asked Aaron Fox about that, and he said he should have broken that record a long time ago. He said B-Jax wasn't looking to share the ball with anybody. So that was pretty funny. But I asked Malik about the fact that here he is. He had no turnovers last night, 5 assists. So I asked him, hey, have you gotten better at playing the position since you've been here? Here's his answer, a very typical Malik answer.
King of the Kings, you clearly are a much better point guard than a lot of people realize. The more point guard you've played while you've been here, do you feel like you've gotten better at playing point guard?
More comfortable. I wouldn't say better because I had the ball in my hands my whole life. I just got way more comfortable in the decision making and reading the NBA court.
Yeah, it's like, not better, just more comfortable.
More comfortable.
Yeah,
It's always
yeah.
been there. Now
Yeah,
he's just more
yeah.
comfortable showing it off, and and that's a different dimension than we expected from him. Like, it's only his second year here, and to break Bobby Jackson's record in a year and a half or a year and 3/4 is tremendous. But when he came here, I only viewed him as a scorer. 6-man guy that can get you buckets. Like, he's their second best playmaker behind Domantas Sabonis in terms of like facilitating the offense, setting guys up. He may not average as many assists as De'Aaron Fox, but they're very close. Fox is at 5.6, Malik Monk 5.3. And this is a guy that's coming off the bench doing that. That's massive. Imagine if he was a starter on a team where he really gets to handle the ball. He could easily be a 7 or 8 assist guy in this league.
He's better at running the pick and roll than De'Aaron Fox, right? He just is.
Yeah. But I will say this. I feel like we see it more with Malik Monk. Like with De'Aaron a lot plays off Domas Sabonis. When Malik's there, I feel like Domas is playing off Malik a lot more. And so I think it's different roles. De'Aaron is asked to be a bucket getter on this team, especially when you got a center. See, De'Aaron is sort of like Jamal Murray. You look at Jamal Murray in Denver, he's a bucket getter. His assist numbers aren't through the roof. That's because you got Jokic as well. And the fact that Malik can average better than 5 assists a game when you have Domas running the point center, when you have De'Aaron Fox, a testament to him, I think.
Last week, you and I talked about the fact that 3-point shots for the Kings were trending down.
Yeah.
And last night they did get up 43s for the first time in many games. They shot as 53%, 45 from threes. They had 34 assists, so the offense was just humming last night. So I asked Mike Brown about why the offense was clicking and how much it had to do with his. We'll get to that in just a second. But we know that Mike Brown has been talking a lot about getting the paint and spraying the ball. The ball. Yeah.
Yeah. And we saw a lot of that last night. And I thought, especially during the first quarter, that's how they, really got started off on a hot note. And you mentioned it earlier. Harrison Barnes probably benefits the most from, and I think Kevin Huerter too. Like, those catch and shoot off a movement when guys are penetrating and kick out, those are rhythm 3-pointers. It's not off the dribble. It's not trying to do something, coming off screens or anything. Like, your feet are already set. And so I think those two guys, to your point, benefit the most from that.
After the game, Dame Lillard said the offense is very similar to the Warrior offense. Want to see what you think about that. But first, Mike Brown after the game last night explaining why the offense was humming.
We're not coming off a pick and roll and shooting a 3. We're not dancing with it and shooting a 3. We have to move the basketball. Now, we're going to get some off of DHOs, because Domas does a great job with his screening and his handoffs, and we play with pace coming off those things. But you're not going to be able to get a lot if people know you play the DHO game, because see how teams, they're physical with us. They're slapping down at the ball, hitting our bodies, all that other stuff when we're coming off DHOs. So the one thing that we have to do, they know Foxy can get to the paint. They know Domas catches the ball in the pocket. They know Malik can get to the paint. Davion and other guys have done it too. We have to spray the ball because everybody is doing that. And so what you said is 100% accurate. We were able to get up more threes tonight because we sprayed the ball. And that was one of the biggest things that I mentioned is our 20 sprays. If that's what we want every game, are we going to get 20 sprays? Probably not. But if we can get close to it, great. Are we going to go 10 for 20 every time? Probably not. But we're at least going to have a heck of a chance to get closer to 50% or better, plus get the amount of threes. We want 40, 50 threes if we can get them.
Hey, Whitey, you were 100% accurate, but I got Mike Brown to say it for one night. So. I'll take that.
You'll take that, right? It's nothing. No,
what
but
you said is 100% accurate.
Oh, Jay, you had to clip that too? Come on, man. All right. You were right and accurate about that. And I know I railed on Mike yesterday for talking all about the spray threes, but that's something he truly believes in. That's the foundation of their offense. And so if it's not being the foundation, it's like being an NFL team and the play action pass is the foundation, but you never run the play action. It's like, that's not who we are. Mike Brown is trying to get this team to be who they are. And it's a spray three, tough, physical defensive team. And so that's why he keeps harping on it. It's not like, oh, we're not doing it, so let me think of something else. No, this is how it has to be done for us to be successful. And the players have to trust that, the coaches, the media, the fans. And so I get it, Mike. 65 games in or whatever it is, spray threes, you still want to talk about it. I understand it now because that's what this team needs if they're going to be successful.
Drape's takes are next from the Golden One here. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Sweep LA. The Kings go for the season sweep tonight against the Lakers.
Here's a great steal. Malik Monk ahead to Keon Ellis. A full-blown two-hand throwdown. And the Kings have a 20-point lead as the defense has just been spectacular.
The Kings and Lakers tonight at 7 on your home for Kings basketball. Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers, the No Surprise Guys. We love that old song, Respect. You know, RESPECT. It's a good song and a good business philosophy. At Bell Brothers, everything we do is designed to show respect for our customers. We show up on time out of respect. Our technicians are clean-cut, friendly, and wear identification badges out of respect. We do good deeds for free for our customers and leave their homes cleaner than we found them. That's right, out of respect. So, if you want plumbing and AC service from a company that will show you some RESPECT, call Bell Brothers. We promise to respect your time, your home, and you. Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule an $87 precision tune-up. Or call if you have plumbing problems. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Jay just looked up the list of the panelists for the Ringer that assembled their top 100 players, and none of those analysts are going to be on our top 100 basketball analysts right now.
No, our guy Michael Pina, he's a friend of the show too, right? We've had him on the show before.
Depends on his view. I mean, are you saying maybe he wanted Malik in the top 100?
Right.
Everybody else,
right?
no?
Exactly. He might have fought for Malik. I will say I texted Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah.
So I thought he might be a part of it. He wasn't a part of this. He's of the Ringer. I asked him, where is Malik in your NBA list of players? Top 100? Question mark. Probably borderline, he said. I don't know. 80. He said 80 to 120.
What? That's worse.
No, but if he said 80, though, he said it could be 80.
But that's such a huge.
But that's like that. That's just on the spot, you know.
If you're gonna say no, have the guts to say no. Don't say 80 to 120.
I'm trying to give my guys.
I understand.
I'm
he's
happy
just
he's
not
texting
helping
me
him
back. But
yeah, that's nice, but he's not helping himself out there much, is he? Only talk about 100, right? And he's got a 40-player variance in his estimate.
But I put him on the spot, White. He didn't deep dive into the numbers, the analytics, or anything
I'll
like
get
that.
back to you.
Off the top of my head, I don't know, 80 to 120.
Dre, so what you should do is just take one of those names that's on the bottom 90, like the 90 to 100, and be like, you know, and I don't mean to pick on somebody, you know, anybody. You could be Chris Paul. He's only played 7 games.
Yeah.
You should do that.
Hartenstein.
Isaiah Hartenstein. Come on.
Hartenstein is better. That's ridiculous. So if Isaiah Hartenstein's on that list, let me just say this, and I have not looked at the list. How many Knicks are in the top 100? If Isaiah Hartenstein's on the list, think about that.
I know.
He's
I'm
like
looking.
the 8th best player on the Knicks right now. Like, Jay, look that up because the Knicks got like 7 guys on there or something. That's what I'm talking about. If Malik had on a Knicks jersey, he would be top 70.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's the all right. You got OG Anunoby, you got Jalen Brunson, you got Julius Randle. That's 3 to name right there.
Tyler Hero's better than Malik Monk? Tyler got
a 6th man of the year under his belt.
Okay.
You know, I'd put them right at the same category. Where's Tyler Hero listed? Where was he listed?
He is, I just saw it here. Give me just a second. 72nd. I believe last year at the end of the year, they had him 72nd and they had Herder 71st.
Oh, I remember that.
And Tyler Hero wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He thought he should have been higher. Yes.
Yeah. We'll circle back to that.
Yeah,
right now.
Deep dive into
Yeah. Right now it's time for Drape's Takes.
Calm down, Lion. Calm down. Take it easy, man. Just take it easy.
Once again, excited to bring you Drape's Takes here on The Drive, guys. Sactown Sports 1140. And I'll start it off like this. When you look at what transpired last night, Domas was fantastic. Another double-double. De'Aaron Fox had 29. But I thought three guys, Whitey, really set the tone right from the jump for the Sacramento Kings. And they're the three guys that hit their first three-pointers. Kevin Herder, Harrison Barnes, and Keon Ellis. I thought the way they started that game, the pace at which they played, and give Keon credit, knocking down that three, early on, I thought was huge. Like the way they started that game, I feel like they set the tone for the Kings last night.
I honestly felt like going into last night, that Keon was 4-0 as a starter. I felt like, wow, without Keegan, if they win tonight, he's 5-0 as a starter against the Bucks. We need to build a statue of him. So I'm just trying to figure out where it goes today. That's all.
Let me ask you this, though. Is his offense a bonus, or do we need him to score when he's out there?
He's got to score some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a funky-looking jump shot. I like it, but Jay Triano was on with Jay and I a couple days ago, and he said he's got a side spin on it. He does. He has a funky-looking shot.
Side, but he made that first one. And think about it. They only had 6 threes against the Houston Rockets. Midway through the first quarter, they had 6 threes against the Milwaukee Bucks. I thought those three guys really set the tone. And let's stay on Keon Ellis, if you will. And you and I talked about him a couple of weeks ago or last week, and I'm like, I don't think I would replace Kevin Herder with him in the starting lineup. But what Keon did last night to Damian Lillard, I thought was amazing. Dame is a top 75 player, a Hall of Famer. He didn't want to be in Sacramento last night. He was a non-factor, just 2 of 12. This is Damian Lillard we're talking about. Keon Ellis put the clamps on him last night.
He just has a knack, right, for being in the passing lane, and wherever the ball is, he's there with a hand outreached.
Yes, exactly. And that brings me to the next Drape's Take. The key to this Sacramento Kings defense, we talk so much about three-pointers, and it was great to finally see somebody miss shots against us. The Bucks struggled from three-point range last night, 7 of 39. But I thought the defense on the ball was much better all around, all 5 guys on the floor. I rarely saw a member of the Bucks just blow by our guys, get us in bad rotations. Outside of Giannis, like the rest of the Bucks, they had no penetration last night.
I think that's the worst thing about the Kings defense when it's not effective is they're not getting pressure on the ball. And as we've said, it's akin to getting a pass rush in football. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, or in basketball, if you can't get pressure on the basketball, you're doomed.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that 3-guard lineup, when you throw in Davion as well, think about the ball pressure that you could get. And the thing I like about Keon Ellis in his defense is that he's picking guys up at half court. Like he's not, if there's and you've coached youth basketball, there's a difference between playing defense and making somebody's life miserable. And Keon makes guys' life. Davion does it as well. They don't relax on the defensive end. Too many times you see in the NBA and even on the youth level, people relaxing on the defensive end. No, Keon plays the defensive end sort of like the same pace and same aggressiveness as a lot of people play offensively.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a great point. Keon makes it unpleasant to play against him in the Kings defense. Too often the Kings defense has been like, what would you like? We'll roll out the red carpet.
Right.
Jump shot, whatever. But with Keon out there, that doesn't happen.
Right. He's looking to disrupt the offense, other teams' offense. Let's give Malik Monk some love. I know we've been talking about Malik, but the way he competes for this Sacramento Kings team, and I said it during the last hour, this guy isn't just a vital member of the team, of the organization, the franchise. He is a big part of this city. And when we talk about who we want to be as a city, Sacramento, Malik Monk is the kind of guy that makes this city proud. You know, he's not flashy. He's not, you know, a champagne taste. Like, this guy gets it out of the mud. He's from small town Lepanto, Arkansas, and has made it all the way to the NBA, and he's going to be the 6th man of the year. This guy has to be a part of this city going forward.
Yeah, I think he reflects a lot of the values we have in this city. He's very authentic. And what you see is what you get. Whatever you hear from Malik Monk, it's true, it's honest, it's coming right from his heart.
Yes, and that's Drape's take for tonight. It is brought to you, of course, by Alsco Uniforms. Make sure you check out my fine friends at Alsco Uniforms. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. All right, that's Drape's take, but I'm done, big fella. I'm done.
Nice. When's the what do you call it? The when you do it again. What is it when you do an act, then you do it again? The encore.
Oh, the encore.
That was the encore
right.
performance, right?
That was the encore performance.
Yeah.
So we'll have another one tomorrow after this game. But, yeah, we'll be back. Yeah.
What was your reaction when that game started out the way it did last night and it started getting further and further and further and further out of reach for the Bucks?
I thought the Bucks would make one run. Like, because usually in the NBA, you know, everybody makes a run, right? But the Kings, to their credit last night, and sure, they had some defensive breakdowns. Sure, sometimes, like the start of the third quarter, I don't think the shots were falling, but the pace and the intensity was there throughout. And that's what, if you're Mike Brown, that's what you want to see from this team. The shots may not always fall, but you can still play the same way. And so once they started out like they did, I said, all right, we've seen this before, you know, but once it kept going, this is what Chicago should have been like. This is what Miami should have been like. All these other games where it's like a coronation, a celebration, if you will, at Golden One Center. That's what we saw last night.
What do you think of this from Alex on the chat? Actually, it's from Ryan Williams Art. Sorry about that, Alex. The Bucks stopped here.
You know, the Bucks, this was their worst offensive performance in terms of field goal percentage and three-point percentage of the entire season. And I said it during the broadcast, Whitey, finally, somebody comes into Sacramento and doesn't shoot lights out.
Yeah.
Like Malik Beasley, he had some good looks, shots he normally makes. But finally, the ball bounced our way. It didn't just drop in for the opponent. And it felt good last night.
I thought it was incredible in that third quarter. You know, I'm looking up like, wow, the Kings haven't scored much this quarter. They had a 20-point third quarter. And the Bucks only scored 22.
Yeah,
so they gave up 2 points of that lead.
I said it was a rock fight last night. You know, and you know what? Usually when the Kings struggle offensively, the defense struggles as well. Everything falls apart. That didn't happen last night.
Yep. We salute the Kings record busters when we come back. Drive, guys. Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're looking at bright and breezy conditions for today. Expect those north winds this afternoon in the 10 to 20 mile per hour range with gusts up to close to 30. We'll see daytime highs in the mid 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia during their spring event and save big on your favorite models. You can even buy with zero down on approval of credit. Shop your trusted Kia dealership for over 25 years and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my hiding spots.
Ha! Found you.
How?
That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Now through March 21st, get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
National Ping Club Fitter of the Year, Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is introducing the straightest, most forgiving Ping driver ever with the new Ping G430 Max 10K driver. A fixed back weight, Ping's largest head profile, and a carbon fly wrap crown help G430 Max 10K launch the ball higher with less spin for consistently longer and straighter results. Schedule your fitting and see for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue to Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Lucas Complete Fuel Treatment can clean your system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $9.99. A great deal to help you go a great deal farther. Find Lucas Complete Fuel Treatment and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any one of our 6,300 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
National Ping Club Fitter of the Year, Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is introducing the straightest, most forgiving Ping driver ever with the new Ping G430 Max 10K driver. A fixed back weight, Ping's largest head profile, and a carbon fly wrap crown help G430 Max 10K launch the ball higher with less spin for consistently longer and straighter results. Schedule your fitting and see for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue to Cap City Freeway, or online at
Sactown Sports.
It's pretty crazy, to have a record for the franchise, and my teammates, they come out, they basically help me do what I do, and I want to thank the fans, they're on everything, they know everything, and they appreciate everything, so it means a lot to me.
Montes Sabonis now holds the franchise record, not just the Sacramento record, but the Rochester, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Omaha, Sacramento record for most consecutive games with a double-double. He now has 47.
47, yeah.
One more than Jerry Lucas
Single
had.
season record, yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing that he's had 60 double-doubles in 65 games, I think it is. Think about that. So it's more than likely this streak will continue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Moses Malone had 60 in his first 63 games or something like that. But 95% of the games, this guy's having a double-double, which is crazy when you think about it.
Rest in peace, Moses Malone.
Oh, I love him.
Didn't he used to miss shots on purpose so he could get off the rebound?
Dude, I say that during the broadcast sometimes.
Yeah.
Not our guys are missing it, but when you miss a shot and get your own rebound, it's like your Moses Malone style out there. I got a chance to meet the great Moses Malone a couple of times, but at the Hall of Fame enshrinement ceremony, Tommy Heinsohn was being inducted as a coach. And I'm in line to get some grub. Moses is right next to me. And remind you, I grew up in Philadelphia. So Moses is the man in Philly. And it was like I was a kid. I was fanboy. And I was like, oh, my gosh, Moses Malone. And then a few days later, he passed away. It was like I'm glad and blessed and fortunate I got to meet the great Moses Malone.
Yeah, good for you. That's awesome. Domas, also awesome. And then to your point, last night before the game, talking to some people about, if he breaks the record. And really, when you thought about it, it's like there was almost no drama. You never know what's going to happen. It's like a double-double for him is like almost nothing.
Nothing, right? I mean, he has that in the first half a lot of times. And it's amazing that, I think Kevin Love's streak of 55 or 57 in a single season in a row.
I think it's only like,
is
I
it
had to guess.
55 or is
I
it
think it's lower than that, and I have it written down.
53, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's within reach.
It's within reach. And when you think, like, that number sounds so strange, like, oh my God,
53, 2011.
Domas is like, if he doesn't get it, something went terribly wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like
yeah.
he didn't play all game, or he got hurt, or it's a blowout or something. Like, that should be, check it down, mark it down.
Mm-hmm.
He should have that record. You know what's crazy about Domas, and we started this season talking about, I said, pencil him in, his 19, 12, and 7. I didn't think he could be any better, Whitey.
I agree.
And
I
he
said
has
the same
surpassed
thing.
that. Like,
Yeah.
it's amazing. He's having a historic season, a better season. Didn't make the All-Star team. We could talk about that. But I didn't know there was levels to Domas that he could climb to, and he's just getting better and better.
The most impressive thing to me is not so much the passing, because we knew he was you run the offense through him. He's a very willing and able passer. Just the fact that he's so efficient with his field goals every game. If he's under 50% in the game, it's like, ooh, what happened to him?
Yeah. 100%. And, we got a team in the Lakers that he's owned recently, and there are certain matchups that do cause Domas problems. So, the big physical, like Zubats, let's say, even though he played, Domas, but you may be able to stop Domas once, twice, but for an entire game, I just, he's just automatic.
What do you think this game means for Anthony Davis? Doesn't he at some point? Don't you think that his teammates are looking to him tonight and kind of unsaid but understood, like, hey, hello, this guy owns you. What are you going to do? You're Anthony Davis.
Let me just start off by saying I'm a huge Anthony Davis fan. I was a big fan of his coming out of college, coming out of Kentucky. I thought he was going to be special from day one. But his motor is a little different. I don't know if it bothers him that he's 0-9 against Domas. You know what I mean? I thought last game he was going to come out and show something, because we had been talking about him being 0-8 against Domantas Sabonis. And once again, he was a non-factor. And so maybe that's LeBron's job. Maybe it's Phil Handy's job, an assistant coach or something like that, to be like, Anthony, you see these numbers? This dude is dominating you. Like, I expect, because if you remember, after the Clippers, after the Minnesota win the other day, Anthony Davis was being interviewed and said, yeah, now we go to sack and, we let one slip away, but we'll be ready this time, basically, is what he said. So I'm expecting a much better, much more engaged Anthony Davis tonight.
Yeah, he says that until he gets that first
right
shot to the chest. Like, all right, I'm out.
Until he picks up 2 quick fouls because Domas is muscling him. Yeah.
Yeah, so Domas is the new franchise record holder, consecutive double-doubles, and Malik Monk is the Sacramento era record holder for most assists by a reserve player. And I had not considered this when I heard that last night. You're right. It's like, he just got here.
He just got here, and, a year and a half, signed a 2-year deal, obviously, here in Sacramento. And I don't know if there's been a more, and you'll have to tell me, an impactful free agent in the last 20 years for Sacramento. Like a free agent signing. Not talking trade or draft or anything. I'm talking about somebody that said, you know what? I want to be there in Sacramento. I choose you, and then actually backs it up on the court.
Now, I can't remember off the top of my head, and I apologize. People out there, they'll know if B-Jax was a trade or if he was a free agent. But it's amazing how similar those two guys are.
Yes.
Just in terms of the energy they bring. Here is Malik last night talking about having told, Bobby Jackson used to coach him. Yep. He says he told B-Jax he was going to break his record.
Hey, Malik, back to that record, the assist record here for the franchise.
Yeah, I told Bobby I was going to beat him.
Did you?
Yeah, I told him that.
How'd he take it?
And I told him that before as soon as I signed, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to beat your records, Bobby. I've been here 2 years too.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, when De'Aaron Fox came out later and he was asked about it, he said, Bobby Jackson didn't want to share the ball. It's not a big deal that you break that record, Malik. So they had some fun with that.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And no, I talked to Mike Bibby about, just playing with Bobby Jackson, and, he said, hey, man, B. Jax was coming out there to get buckets. And so there is a little bit of difference. But the one similarity that you have between these guys, and you talk to anybody, they could start on a lot of teams. You know, Bobby Jackson could have went elsewhere and had a bigger role and started, but he wanted to be inside. Same thing with Malik Monk. It'll be interesting what Malik decides to do this offseason, but I think everybody hopes he stays here because, like I said, he could be a special player for a long time here in Sacramento.
That would be, I was going to say devastating, and then I wasn't sure, wow, that might be overstating it, but I don't think so. If they were to lose Malik Monk in this offseason, that would really put a huge hole in their plans.
A huge hole because, you know, to me, and Sean Cunningham said this earlier, Malik Monk is the prototypical sixth man. Like, he's exactly what you need as a sixth man. And those are hard to replace out there. First of all, a guy that accepts his role, number one, which Malik does. Second of all, and I've told this story a number of times, and I'll tell it again. Tommy Heinsohn, who I used to work with in Boston, used to say the role of the sixth man is either A, if the starters build a lead to keep it going, or B, if the starters don't have it that night, to come in and change that energy. And every time Malik plays, it's like he comes with an energy, I think, that, is so valuable to this franchise. And, he's averaging better than 23 points per game, I think it is, in the month of March. And so he's getting stronger and better as this season is going on.
Thank you, Jay. Jay did the research here on your question. Yeah, Bobby Jackson was a free agent when he came here to Sacramento, but that was 2000, so it's not within the last 20 years.
Not within the last 20 years. Exactly. And maybe the biggest, free agent impact since Bobby Jackson. He's been tremendous out here.
Jay did some more research here while we've been doing our show. We were wondering how many Knicks are on the Ringer list of top 100 players right now. That list does not have Malik Monk on it, but it does have 4 Knicks: Jalen Brunson, Julius Randolph, OG Anunoby, and Isaiah Hartenstein.
Really? So Hartenstein, they're saying, is their 4th best player. No Josh Hart, no Dante DiVincenzo. Like, for Malik Monk not even to be in the conversation with Isaiah Hartenstein, like, he's not even.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
it's not worth us getting mad about.
He's not even in Isaiah Hartenstein's class.
It's just a joke. It's like, well,
I'll tell you what.
That's wrong.
We need to get this article and send it to Malik, because you know who's coming to town Saturday? Isaiah freaking Hartenstein. Right. Exactly. So if I'm Malik, I might go on for 50 against this clown. Seriously, how is Isaiah? And I'll tell you what, a lot of people that watch basketball and talk about basketball, they are high on Isaiah
And he didn't put himself on the list.
It's nothing against Isaiah Hartenstein. But for Malik Monk not to even be mentioned, come on. Who's number 100? Who's the last guy? Give me that.
I just had that. Was it, let's see.
I want to know number 100.
All right. 94, Norm Powell. 95, Vucevic. 96, Scary Terry. 97, Chris Paul. 98, Isaiah Hartenstein. 99, Walker Kessler. Number 100, Brandon Miller, Charlotte Hornets.
Why does the Ringer do this, man? Why do they?
Maybe that's why. Maybe they know that, watch this. Watch those guys in Sacramento.
Yeah, we'll get Sacramento.
They hang on every word. No one else pays any attention to this garbage.
And the fact that we only have 2 guys and the Knicks have 4. And Chris Paul is on the list ahead of Malik Monk. Guys are getting paid to put out this content too. Like, people are paying good money to read this stuff, and it's wrong.
Isaiah Hartenstein, Drapes, rock solid 2-way big man who's proving he's more than just a high level backup.
I don't even want to hear it. Like, and no offense to Isaiah Hartenstein, he's being dragged into this conversation. Like, he just happens to be on the list, and all of a sudden we just start railing against him, and it's not anything against him. It's that we just think Malik Monk's better. Like, if Austin Reeves is, I'm getting upset. My blood pressure, because this Austin Reeves love fest that's going on around the league right now. I understand a solid player, but how does he make Team USA? Like, if he played for the Charlotte Hornets, nobody would care about it. Because he wears that Lakers laundry, that's what's killing us.
Do you think that Malik would like to go somewhere and start? We're just guessing. He's given no indication that he wants to be anywhere else. Sometimes players give an indication they want to be somewhere else and they end up staying. But he's given no indication. He's totally bought it, and maybe it's just a matter of I'll deal with that when I deal with it. I don't know. Every indication is he loves it here and he's locked in here, happy here. But do you think, what's your best guess? A guy like that, you think he'd like to go somewhere? Get more money and start.
You know what? I think it depends on the situation, because Malik has been in non-contending teams before. Like, for instance, let's say Charlotte offers the bag. Would he really go back to be a part of that organization and play not meaningful basketball? Like, your season's over pretty much in December.
Probably not, but Orlando, San Antonio,
right?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I hope not.
You know what? I'm sorry, Whitey. I just got a text. Hey, Jay, I'm going to text you something, man. We got a special guest set to join us.
Really?
Coming up next. Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah,
Can't wait to find out who it is when we come back to the Gold One Center. Drive, guys. Surprise guest next. Sactown Sports.
Keep it here to Sactown Sports for the Sacramento Kings push toward the postseason.
Get analysis from our local shows, breakdowns from our Kings insiders, and all the thrilling moments from the G-Man.
Keegan Murray scrambles to save it. He gives it now to Barnes. 1 on the clock. Desperate 3 on the way. He scores the triple. Game tied at 121 apiece. 17 for Barnes.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
When accidents turn life upside down, AutoAccident.com is in your corner. Compassionate advice, loyal support, and the courage to fight for you. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Jiffy Lube has a special promotion going on right now. Simply purchase a Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change at Jiffy Lube and receive a $25 e-gift card from popular brands for food, gas, and more. It's that easy. Simply purchase a Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change and receive a $25 e-gift card. So basically, going to Jiffy Lube can get you a free lunch or a pizza for dinner. That's what we call added value for the consumer. That's why Jiffy Lube is #1 in the greater Sacramento area for oil changes. Visit JiffyLube.com for more details and valuable coupons today.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Ball forward, take your base.
The only thing worse than a pitcher running out of gas on the mound is your old phone running out of storage for your photos in the stands.
Goodbye, home run.
Switch to Verizon and get a great deal on a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage for all the ballpark pics you want. Just trade in your iPhone, any model, in any condition, so you'll feel like you're winning, even when your team's not. Trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on iPhone 15 Pro with unlimited Ultimate, and get iPad and Apple Watch SE with eligible service plan, only on Verizon.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Wow, we just found out that Drapes was a victim of some friendly fire on our airwaves early this morning. We'll get to that, but first we have a very special guest.
Yeah, we got to get my guy in. He's currently assistant coach with the Philadelphia 76ers. They are on the road taking on the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow. He's a scratch golfer. I think he got to be scratched by now, all the work he puts in. Sacramento Kings legend Bobby Jackson joining the Drive Guys. B-Jax, what's up, baby?
What's going on, Drake, man? How you doing?
I'm okay. I had my golf lesson with your boy Tom earlier today. You know how it is, B-Jax. It's a work in progress, bro. I'm still working at it.
Well, at least you get to touch your golf clubs. I haven't touched my golf clubs since I got to Philadelphia. That scratch golfer, that 3-4 is probably like a 10-12 now.
Ooh, I might be able to get you now. Then you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
hey man, I was texting with you and I thought, you know what, it'd be great to have Bobby Jackson on with us right now because we were talking about Malik Monk and just what he's been able to do as sixth man this year for the Kings.
Breaking Bobby's record.
Yeah, he broke your record for most assists as a reserve. Just give me your thoughts on Malik and that record now being his and not yours, my man.
Man, I think records are made to be broken, right? I think what Malik has done in the 2 years in Sacramento that it took me 5 to do, right? It tells you what type of tremendous basketball player he is. And I didn't pass the ball, to be honest, quite frankly, honest with you, right? Malik is a way much better passer, playmaker than me. I was trying to go get mine. So, it's good, just to be remembered and to be in the same conversation as Malik because he's one of the all-time great reserves, and hopefully he wins that Sixth Man of the Year award.
Bobby, this is Whitey. It's great to have you on. We appreciate it. I want to ask you about a couple of things. Malik last night said that he told you he was going to break your record. And then De'Aaron said something that you just said. De'Aaron said the record's not that big a deal because B-Jax wasn't looking to share the ball anyway. So what well, you already told us about one of those.
Everybody knew that. Everybody. Passing wasn't my strong suit, right? And it just says a lot about Malik's game. He's averaging 16, 17, maybe 16 points a game.
Yeah, he's right around 16. Yep.
Yep, and then he's averaging 5.5, almost 5.5, 6 assists. So, man, listen, I barely pass, and I think, his skill level has shown, his athleticism has shown that, the type of player that he's capable of being, right? And I think he is one of the ignitions and one of the key components while Sacramento is playing well. And so I wish him nothing but love and nothing but success. He texted me last night talking junk, and that's just our relationship that we have, right? It's just friendly. And again, I was like, man, I'm happy for you, bro. Right? I think, the world of him. I think he's an amazing person, but he's an unbelievable basketball player and teammate as well.
Bobby Jackson joining us right now, Kings legend, assistant coach with the Sixers. B-Jax, one thing I said about Malik and his role, it goes deeper than what we see on the floor. Like, I would like him to be a part of this city for years to come. You're a fan favorite. You lived through it as well. When you play for the Sacramento Kings and have the success that you had, what kind of connection did you feel with the city, and what's it like to this day when you come back here to Sacramento?
Man, it's different, right? I think, my connection to the city, I think the number one thing that we had success, right? And I think that was one of the things that kind of played off on, us, me being able to stay in soccer for a long time, but also, right, being able to work for the Kings for a long time. And I think Malik has that bright spot in his future, right? And I know he wants to be a King for the rest of his career, right? And I think, he's deserved that. His game speaks for itself, right? And hopefully something gets done where he's there for a while, because he's a staple, right? Just on the team, but in the community, right? I've been in Sac since 2000. I do a lot of giving back to the community, right? And so for me, that was something that I knew I wanted to do once I kind of made Sac my home.
Bobby, I want to ask you about the mentality of the sixth man. And I've mentioned this to Malik. In some ways, he's reminded me of you, because when you played, it seemed as if you understood and accepted and excelled in your role, but it's almost as if you were showing everybody, I'm good enough to be a starter. To me, you played with that edge, and it helped you. Malik, to me, plays the same kind of way. Tell us about what kind of mentality you have to have when you're coming off the bench, and your job is really to inject energy into your team.
Yeah, I think we all, as basketball players, we want to be starters, right? And I think playing with that edge allowed me to be successful, but also is allowing him to be successful. When he comes in a game, you can tell the momentum of the game changes, right? The scoring goes up, the pace picks up, right? The passing, the athleticism picks up, right? So, I think me being 6 feet, right, I kind of revolutionized. I changed the game and made small guards a little bit relevant coming off the bench. But again, I know Malik wants to be a starter, but in this role, this allows him to be the spotlight, and everything focused on him with that second unit. And he's relishing in it. He's thriving in it. And they're playing through him with that second unit.
Bobby Jackson joining us here to Drive Guys, Sactown Sports 1140. Bobby, obviously you were here as an assistant coach of the Stockton Kings as well. You saw De'Aaron Fox come up, from a young kid out of Kentucky to an all-star last season, one of the top guards in the league. Just talk about his development, man, and we're going to see you guys coming up in a few weeks here in Sacramento. Just his development over the last, 5, 6, 7 years of his career.
Oh man, a young D Fox came in, his eyes bright, right? Didn't know a lot about the game, had a lot of athleticism and speed, right? You can tell how he's developed his game over the last 5, 6 years, and there's a reason why he's averaging 25, 26 points a game, because of his love and dedication to the game. And I'm happy for him, because he's an amazing young man, right? Great husband, great father, right? And an amazing teammate, So I think with him, watching him develop and, become an all-star, which him or Sabonis should have been all-stars this year, which was crazy. But, right, I think he's, taking a leap and a step of his own to try to, make a name for himself, but also continue to be one of the top guards in this league to put this team over the top.
Bobby, another similarity between you and Malik, in my view, is that both of you seem to be authentic. I mean, we're going to know what you're actually thinking and feeling because you share that with us. That's one of the things that made you a favorite as a broadcaster. But now, as you're a coach here, what have you enjoyed the most about leaving the broadcast booth and getting into coaching?
Well, I think the love for the game, right? Watching film nonstop, helping the guys develop on the floor, helping the guys see that success when they put the work in. But it's just the overall maturation of loving the game, right? And just the competitive edge and the competitive spirit that you see every single night. You can't get away from it. And there's nothing like playing, but it's the closest thing to it, right? When you see the guys, win games, when you see they get the career highs, when you see the bumping and the grinding and the competitive drive, the hard screens, right, and the support that they have for each other. So, the coaching side is a lot different than the playing side, but, it's just as fun and just as entertaining.
Bobby Drapes here. My last question. One thing I like about, watching Doug here is A, how you guys work with the players, but B, the fraternity you have with players from your era that are on the other benches, as you go from city to city. You go to Milwaukee tomorrow, you guys play the Bucks. What's that like? You used to be rivals, you used to do battle, but now it's all love as assistant coaches.
Yeah, it's always going to be love as assistant coaches because we battled for so many years. Now, it doesn't mean we don't want to kick their butt when we come up against them, but it's just the joy of the game. When I come to Sac, guess what? Me and Doug going to be talking smack to each other. It's what we do, right? And people be like, "Are you guys playing?" No, we talk smack to each other like we hate each other. But I think just being open and candid and holding guys accountable and communicating to them at a high level, right? Especially as players and now coaches, they know that we've been through that battle and we've been through the wars that we can kind of relate to. So it kind of works hand in hand and gives us the opportunity to kind of live through the players.
Our guy, Sacramento Kings legend Bobby Jackson, former Sixth Man of the Year, talking about another Sixth Man of the Year, and our guy Malik Monk is going to happen this year. B. Jax, thanks for jumping on with the drive, guys, man.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, holla at you. Man, that's great stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
That was tremendous. Coming up, after finally beating the Bucks, the Kings will try to do something else tonight that they haven't done since the 2015-2016 season. Tell you what that is when we come back. Drive, guys, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by California Army National Guard, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and RVs of Sacramento.
And paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-823-1687. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-823-1687. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-823-1687. That's 800-823-1687. Again, 800-823-1687.
We love the game because anything can happen. There's no sure thing.
How did that go in?
Every play,
Oh my goodness!
every shot,
Are you kidding me?
every swing is a risk if you bet.
I can't believe that just happened.
There's no easy money. There's no luck. And no one wins all the time. If you bet, bet responsibly and always set a limit. Learn more at responsibleplay.org.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
With conference championships around the corner, now's the time to register for the Dos Million Bracket Challenge. Sign up now at TwinPeaksBracketChallenge.com. Then fill out your bracket before the tournament tips off March 21st.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
It's Kings-Lakers night. Yeah, after finally beating the Bucks last night, Kings beat the Bucks for the first time since the 2015-2016 season. So tonight, they try to sweep the Lakers, something that they haven't done since the 2015-2016 season.
Only time they've done it, too. They've only swept the Lakers.
Win, I think,
once.
Laker team.
Yeah, exactly. This would be the second time in franchise history sweeping the Lakers.
Let's do it.
Yes.
How much more difficult is it given that you just played last night?
I think it is difficult. I mean, the Lakers were here chilling, already in Sac at the Sawyer Hotel resting. But that game last night wasn't particularly taxing, if you will. I think it's more difficult because of what happened last week in LA. Like, I think, the Lakers, they understand what's at stake, obviously, in terms of the playoff race, but they got their butts handed to them at their crib last 44-20 in the second quarter. And I don't think if I'm Darvin Ham, if I'm LeBron, like, I'm using that as the rallying cry tonight. And we saw it too with Michael Malone and the Denver Nuggets. Remember, we were up 3-0 on the Nuggets.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Malone wanted to send a message that game. And I think the Lakers are going to come out and try to send a message tonight.
Yeah, that was right before that Denver game. That's when the G-Man told us, well, you better lace up your shoes tight tonight. Yeah, he knew.
He knew.
Yeah. Now Drapes is under some friendly fire here. First of all, apparently Katie took shots at you today on the Carmichael Dave show. We're only hearing about this secondhand. I don't know if you'd heard about it.
I'll confront her when she comes in.
Yeah.
We will have a conversation.
She said you and Mark Jones are messy or something. You got chips all over or popcorn all over.
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, you see it up here. I got popcorn on the floor around me. It's
you're working.
My life is
working up
messy
here.
right now.
Yes.
Eddie. I mean, I'm just happy I'm here, to be honest with you.
Now, a short time ago, you said that you thought, and you just kind of pulled this off the top of your head. You said you thought Malik Monk was the most significant free agent acquisition signing by the Kings in 20 years, right?
Yes.
And now Jay's coming after you on
saying,
that. Yeah.
What you got, Jay?
Well, first of all, hold on now. You guys are putting words on my taste buds.
Jay's coming
now.
after you.
Yeah. I just said in between I went back 20 years. So I went back 03, 04, right?
Yeah.
And there are a few names that I almost forgot that the Kings signed as free agents. Now, of course, there's some big names, but there's a few interesting names. And so I'm going to throw a few at you guys, and we'll start from 03, 04. But I only took the ones that I thought could even be in the same ballpark as what Malik has done, right?
Okay.
And let's make sure, Drake, please put it out there. Turn it over like a domino. What are you saying before we put these names, the criteria, before we put these names out there?
I'm saying connection to the fan base. The fans got to love him. It can't just be a guy that puts up numbers, but when he leaves town, nobody cares about.
You're talking about an impact on the team and the community.
And impact and on the floor and in the stands as well. That's one. Two, I also factor in his impact to a winning. Does he help this team win games?
Oh, okay. Now you got it. Okay. See, that's where you get. I see where you're going. Okay.
I just thought of that with Jay because I wanted to. No, but you said, I mean, a lot of guys have come in and put up numbers.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. It's empty calories, if you will. But let's have this discussion, Jay. Who you got for me?
I think this is a very strong one. So the first one that came across my eye, someone that has done a lot. He is, I believe, the G League vice president or president, Sharif Abdul Rahim, 05.
That was 05?
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah, he was part of some, one or two pretty good teams.
Yeah,
come on now.
That's pretty okay.
Yeah, those were
right there.
Playoff teams. So how many playoff teams was he on here? One or two?
I think one.
He was my wife's favorite, which obviously
that counts for something. That's huge.
And then he was in the organization for many years.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me look at
beyond the court.
Nah, but I'm looking at his numbers. Come on, big dog, Jay. He averaged 12 points per game his first year, 10 points his second, and then the last 6 games he played in 07, 08, 1.7 points.
He's coming off the bench, right?
Yes.
He didn't start for the Kings, so he's a valuable bench piece.
Valuable. He started 75 games in his 2+ years in Sacramento.
And he did a lot community-wise. People loved him.
All right.
And as Whitey said, he was in the organization as we just had the great Bobby Jackson on. He was part of this organization for a long time. Okay, we'll put that. We'll push that to the side. How about 06 John Salmons, Philadelphia love?
Oh, John Salmons, my guy.
Spent 3 years here. Remember, he was supposed to be in a sign and trade, I believe, to Toronto Raptors, and that was nixed, and then he signed here with the Kings.
You tell me. You guys, did John Salmons elicit this kind of love when he was here in Sacramento?
Nothing against John Salmons, but he was the one that people always said, they're bringing him back again. He was one of those guys that seemed like every 2 years, Petrie acquires John Salmons in deal.
Right.
So, yeah, nice player. But
me, myself, I'd go Malik, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's almost disrespectful to Malik.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Almost
disrespectful. No, it's not. All right. So we skip all the way to 2014 because, no disrespect to the Bino Udrys, much love, Carl Landry's, guys like that who are here. But
Carl Landry's a great guy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. We skip to 14. Now, this one, how about this? Brought in to be the starter. Darren Collison, 2014.
Ooh.
Spent 3 here. Loved by Sacramento community. Absolutely loved by the community.
The downside for him is that he replaced IT.
Yes.
That's the downside. So for a lot of fans, it's like, what? Had nothing to do with Darren Collison. It's like they brought him in to replace Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah. Darren Collison was nice, though.
He's a good player.
Remember,
he retired, and then there was talk he was going to come back a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He also had that Draymond Green thing where when he shot, it looked like he was wearing a backpack. Right? Same type of thing. Same type of thing.
All right, Derek Collison's up there on Malik's level.
All right. Someone that we're going to have a conversation about, Rajon Rondo, 2015.
Man, come on now. Come on.
Rajon led the league in assists here in Sacramento, tied to DMC, DeMarcus Cousins. People wanted him to be here. Love the community. Good guy, Rajon Rondo.
If Malik Monk holds the Sacramento record for assists by a bench player, Rajon Rondo holds the record for coaches sabotaged. He did not want George around here, and he and I think Boogie they had their ways of making that. No, but you can't blame them when they have a meeting early in the year and Vlade, the GM, goes to players, guys, I don't know what to do about George. I don't know what to do. So that was just such a toxic atmosphere then.
Yeah.
And it's so positive now.
And exactly. And so it's a love fest now. Was it a love fest back then?
No.
That's
not Rondo's fault, maybe, but no.
Yeah, but
Jay's right. He did lead the league in assists.
Yeah, he averaged double-double. What, 11.9 and 11.4 or something like that. Yeah.
All right. How about the soon-to-be Hall of Famer, my guy, Vince Carter, 2017?
Nah. We're not just throwing names out there, Jay. I'm talking impact.
First of all, don't disrespect the Hall of Famer.
No, I'm not.
That's the Hall of Famer.
Rich did that, Jay.
What are you talking about? Vince Carter at that
shots
time, and I think Vince, his career should be modeled after for older players. It was the Allen Iverson syndrome. AI never adapted.
Yeah.
Vince Carter adapted, became the mentor, came off the bench. But one season, and we're talking about Vince Carter in Sacramento, not not Toronto Vince or Orlando. I'm talking Vince Carter in Sac. Come on, Jay.
All right.
No respect for half man, half amazing for Draper. That's
that's my guy. But
all right. Also coming in with Vince, two guys that's sneaky. One only played half a season, so it doesn't really matter. But that's George Hill, who Vlade signed to a big deal, and this one right here, who I thought a lot of people connected with very quick, Zach Randolph.
Ooh, Zebo. Yeah, that's a good one though. What do you think about that?
Zebo had a real impact.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, he had a real impact.
He also
was
had an impact when he was on Memphis and Sharif. We talked about Sharif. Zebo broke Sharif's jaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
When Sharif was with the Kings. George Hill didn't even want to be here. He couldn't wait to get
signed that money. He got that money.
That didn't work out at all. But Zebo had a real impact.
Yeah. All right. I'd put Zebo up there.
Okay. Last two. One.
Oh, you got more?
Yeah, last two. You were here, right? I believe this was your first season. Or no, you weren't here yet. Excuse me. Corey Joseph, 2019, who was here. But how about this guy? Loved by the community. 2019, Rashawn Holmes. Big time impact now.
You know what? If it didn't end the way it did, I would give you that. But
it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't his fault, but he was toiling on the bench the last year and a half. He was here.
Here's the bottom line to me is all the guys Jay's mentioned. When they left, there was some varying degrees of, fan disappointment. If Malik leaves after this year, fans will be crushed.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Jay. This guy is a vital member of this team, not just now, but going forward. People will be crushed once he leaves.
Thank you, Jay.
That's a good exercise, Jay. I appreciate it.
It looks
you
like
did your
got a
research.
delivery here. So.
Yeah, finally got some lunch, man. It's like dinner time. It's more like dinner out here, RJ. This ain't thank you. Man, I'll tell you, your boy's starving. I got my look at RJ's hungry too. He came over quickly.
Hey, when we come back, shifting gears a little bit, we're going to talk to Maury Brown, senior reporter from Forbes, a great baseball writer. He had a one-on-one with Dave Cavell, and the piece that he wrote as a result was incredible. And you have to hear his story when he joins us next year. Maury Brown coming up with Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, I'm loving my new EQS SUV. It's the most amazing car I've ever had. In fact, when I'm on the road with the Kings, I can't wait to come back just to hop in that EQS SUV. It's lovely. Now, if you've been on the fence about purchasing your first fully electric vehicle, I'll just say this. Schedule a test drive and see for yourself what makes these vehicles so incredible. Right now, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is offering up to $10,000 in incentives on new 2023 and 2024 Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles. You'll also receive a wall box home charger and 2 years of prepaid vehicle maintenance if you purchase or lease any Mercedes-Benz electric model. So head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, just 30 minutes from Sacramento, right off I-5, online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
She said, don't come home if you go to the bar. So I said, okay, baby, then got drunk out in the yard. 2 a.m. I knock up on the door. But she never unlocked it.
The Tribe Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
To get to the new renderings of the Vegas ballpark for the A's, remember?
Yes.
And we just one thing would come up and another would come up, and it was that perpetually. Oh, we got to get to that. We never did. Real quick before we get to our guests, what jumped out to you about those renderings? Anything?
Just I think it's the outfield, like the glass.
Yeah.
The outfield. I actually like the renderings. I'm a big fan of the renderings.
What?
But yes.
Come on.
I hate everything that the A's put out. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm being objective here. I thought the stadium looked pretty cool, actually.
It doesn't have a chance to work. It's no chance that they'll even get it built. But our next guest has some insight on that. Senior writer at Forbes, member of the Baseball Writers Association of America. We appreciate his time. Maury Brown with us. Maury, thanks very much for your time. You had a little interview with Dave Cavill. It's amazing. Do you think he believes some of the things that he told you about the significance of this proposed Vegas move?
Well, first of all, he reached out to me to talk about the ballpark itself because there were a bunch of open questions about it. Where were the bullpens going to be? What about the batter's eye? How are you going to do AC around it? So I did a straight report about that. And then afterwards, I brought up some stuff about it. He says, it's great that it's always good to talk to you, which of course he'd never talked to me before. And then he said, it's great that you're telling our story. And I don't know if he had known what I had written about him before, which has been pretty critical, but he did. He went on. I said, look, I think you guys have a depressed brand. If you're going to move in there, why don't you guys change your name and have a fresh start and all that stuff? Mm-hmm. And he said that he thought that the ballpark would be akin to Oriole Park's at Camden Yards. And for those that haven't really followed this thing, it's an extraordinary statement. I mean, that ballpark is considered to be one of the crown jewels ever built in all of sports. It was the first ballpark that really went to the throwback design. And while it wasn't the first of the modern era, the White Sox have that. It is a place that really spurred a bunch of other ballpark-only designs afterwards. So it was extraordinary. I was looking at the ballpark design, and like you guys, I actually do like the design. Now, whether they pull it all off, I don't know. But I thought fitting it into 9 acres, I thought, okay, it's okay. It's not too bad. It's more modern. But the idea that it would be that transcendent, it reminds me more of what the Marlins did. I mean, it looks more like that. So, yeah, I mean, and that was just the first part of it. It got crazier after that.
Oh, wow. I do like the stadium. Supposedly it has a view of the Strip. I can see how that can work and how that could be enticing. You say it got crazier after that. What were some of the things that stood out to you in your conversation with it?
So we talked about this. I said, hey, the relocation is, you're going from the 5th largest market down to the 40th in terms of media market and some other stuff. And the competition for all the entertainment there, including the fact that the Golden Knights had planted the flag first. They were the first ones in there, have won a Stanley Cup in 6 years. They're going up against the Raiders. I just said it's just really oversaturated with entertainment, and it was going to be difficult. He goes, I think that our move to Las Vegas is similar to the Dodgers moving from Brooklyn to LA. And that I thought he was trolling at that stage because I mean, if you go back to 1957 when the Giants and the Dodgers both moved out there were no teams west of the Rockies. There were only a handful of teams west of the Mississippi. So this was the first time that we had those teams out there, with air travel now becoming a thing. And of course it was the second largest market in the country. I said, Dave, I go, LA is the second largest market in the country. He goes, well, I go, there's no way that you could say that it was comparable. He goes, well, Brooklyn was smaller back then too. He goes, LA was smaller. I go, well, so was New York. He goes, well, not New York, which of course is not true. Of course the population there has grown. So that's crazy. And the issue that I have with all of this is, look, already you have a credibility problem in terms of your funding, in terms of the lateness in getting the renderings out, everything that has gone along with this thing. Set realistic expectations. By saying such a thing, you've set expectations so high that unless it's something miraculous, which it won't be, then you set yourself up for failure. And I think it just speaks to how the organization is run. It's just, instead of being realistic about it, let's be honest about it and set realistic expectations. And it's just massively overselling it.
Maury Brown is our guest, senior writer at Forbes. Just did an interesting piece on Dave Kaval. If you're following this Ace thing at all, you really owe it to yourself to check it out if you haven't already. Maury, the incredible thing about Dave Kaval's statement comparing their move to the Dodgers move, as you say, that wasn't just baseball history. That was like American history when the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles. So that's incredible. Given the extent to which the current ownership seems to have devalued the franchise with all of this, and I know you talked about this when we brought you on, why wouldn't they, as you apparently suggested to him, why wouldn't they change the nickname and the colors and all of that?
I don't know. And this is Kaval's not the only guy in the organization that has said this to me. Not John Fisher, but somebody close to John Fisher said much the same. And I didn't understand it. I really don't. I know that it's a historic brand. They honestly believe, and this is where that Dodger thing comes together, because what I said was, why don't you do what the Expos to DC or multiple iterations of the Washington Senators? We, had them go to Minneapolis and become the Twins, and then they went to Arlington and became the Rangers. Do that. And that's where the comparison to the Dodgers was, let's keep that brand and do that. And I'm like, that they're not even remotely the same. They've been so the sad thing about the A's is even if you go back to Philadelphia and then to Kansas City and now to Oakland, right? Granted, they've been in Oakland for 54 years. I mean, it's not like it's a small tenure, but they've been vagabonds and have had, all kinds of trouble wherever they've gone. And this is not indicative of the A's. It's not like they're cursed. It has to do with how the club was run. I mean, Finley, of course, in Oakland, he was a Maverick and did a bunch of amazing things. And I love those teams. That's my gateway really into baseball, because I thought, the handlebar mustaches and the bright yellow uniforms was an incredible change for those that don't know the history. Back then, everything was kind of gray and blue, and here's this bright yellow. So, you have a small window with the Haas family owning the club where there's successful attendance. And it's just had difficulty, of course, gaining traction. I never have believed that it was the market per se. I believe that it's always been the fact that it's just been a seesaw in terms of being able to be competitive. So, again, it's not the same. The Dodgers are a keystone storied brand out of New York that were transcendent across the country. There are people that live around the country. Even when I went using a different team, the Giants, when I went and saw the World Series in 2010, I rode on a flight with a family that had flown out from New York, that had generational family members that had followed the Giants when they were still there. And the Dodgers have the same thing. The A's cannot hang their hat on that. They just simply don't have that resonance nationally.
No, you're right about that. Maury Brown of Forbes joining us. You can follow him on Twitter, X, Bizball, Maury. And to your point, I mean, you can't even draw 5,000 here at your home stadium right now. You know, fans aren't going to want to go to Vegas to go see the Oakland A's. This is ripping their hearts out right now. Maury, you know, you talked about Cavill sort of being delusional. Where do you think that comes from? Does that come from knowing that you have the backing of Rob Manfred, Major League Baseball, and that, you know, no matter what anybody else says, you know, you got that, you know, big behemoth MLB behind you in your back pocket, so you can say anything you want and believe anything you want?
Well, I'm not going to play psychologist, but I did say to Holiday Inn Express last night, so I'll try, right? So I think that there's a little bit of that. I think that the move to Las Vegas is in a too big to fail state. They may have to bring in, you know, and call in the cavalry and bring in a bunch of minority investors to prop it up to make it happen. But I honestly, and I know there are others that don't believe it. I think that it absolutely gets done, because it would be such a black eye for baseball to not make it happen. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is, if you've been trying for 20 years, right? This is before Dave Cavill, you know, whether it was Lou Wolf that was with the club. And even if you go back to when Schott and Hoffman owned the club, they had been seeking a new ballpark. If you have been trying that long and you're trying to cross the finish line, I mean, you glad hand and kiss babies and do whatever you have to do to make that happen. And I think that he gets into almost a shtick. This is his delivery. This is, I'm selling it, and not thinking of the audience. Now, if you're a politician in Nevada, they're going to possibly believe that stuff because they don't know the history and everything. You're talking to a media member, especially somebody in sports business. I don't think he was thinking about what that meant and how it would reflect upon him with somebody that knew what was going on about this thing. And maybe he honestly believes it. I mean, I haven't reached out to him afterwards. I'm pretty sure I'm no longer going to get any Christmas cards from the guy, but maybe he honestly believes that. And that, I think, is the thing. Maybe it's the psychology of, I have to believe this to get it across. And if it doesn't, at least I delivered. And I come back to this. This kind of thing reminds me a lot of what happened in Miami with the then Florida Marlins becoming the Miami Marlins. And it reminds me a lot of Dave Sampson, who was the president there. They have a very similar personality. And again, they got that ballpark across the finish line. Did they turn into the big panacea that they thought it would be? No. I mean, again, the Marlins continue to struggle with attendance. So, you know, again, I wish they had changed the name and everything and started over. It would give, you know, at least the Vegas could own it. And who knows what happens in the future. Again, a lot of these owners are not in there for life anymore. It's a 10, 15-year, 20-year investment max. And then they get the massive return on the back end of this. At some point, John Fisher will be selling the club. It's just a matter of when, not if.
Maury, we appreciate your time and appreciate your work here. I know you're just doing your job, but there's a lot of longtime A's fans for whom this is, you know, very painful. And for you to report on this and shed a little light on it, I mean, it hurts to see the reality, but at the same time makes us feel maybe a little better, brings us a little closer to an understanding. So we do appreciate it. Thanks. We hope to talk to you again soon, sir.
All right, you guys, you take care. Thanks so much.
All right, Maury. Thanks, man.
You bet. Maury Brown. Yeah, and if you're an A's fan, as I say, you have to check out that piece. When we come back, hey, there's a football team in Santa Clara, Drape.
Okay, they're doing some things. They're doing some things.
Yeah. Take a look at that when we come back to Golden One Center with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
March Madness is here, and the UC Davis Aggies have earned the 2 seed for the Big West Tournament.
Pepper. Inside the lane, step back 17. Forgot it, nothing but net for Eli Pepper. The man is unstoppable, and the Aggies lead.
Join us Friday night at 8:30 as UC Davis looks to advance to the conference championship. Follow the Aggies' quest to reach the big dance. Friday at 8:30 right here on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear tonight. It will stay breezy through the night tonight and again during the day tomorrow. Overnight low temperatures will drop into the upper 40s. Highs tomorrow will be in the upper 60s to around 70. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA3 app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. That's promo code GIFT.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
For beginning golfers, not getting into bad habits gives you a much better chance of enjoying the game and shooting lower scores. John Howells in Golf Monthly says these mistakes should be avoided. First, know your club distances. Take your yardages not from your best or worst shot, but somewhere in the middle. And no dancing allowed. Swaying in the backswing is a common fault, which forces you to compensate in the downswing. Mastering impact. Trust the loft on the club face and don't try to lift the ball. Club face control. For right-handers, take care to set the perfect grip with 2 V's between thumb and forefinger pointing to your right shoulder. Bunker shots. Many struggle here because they fail to open the club face before hitting the shot. Turn the club before you take your grip. And finally, learn how to read greens and hole more putts. Even on a miss, putts that miss above the hole offer more chance of holding the putt. Now go out and have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sactown Sports.
Coming to you, of course, from the Golden One Center, Kings and Lakers tonight. Dave McMenamin from ESPN, kind of a Laker insider. He's going to join us here in about 10 minutes. So we'll catch you up on what's going on health-wise with the Lakers and the Kings. Meanwhile, Drapes, we gotta take a second here to acknowledge what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers and the National Football League. Yeah, you can tell Jay is pumped about all the moves the 49ers making, including Well, they basically have a replacement now for Dre Greenlaw with Eric Kendricks, former All-Pro linebacker. Looks like he's going to join the 49ers. He's the second Brandon Staley guy that they're bringing in. They're rebuilding this defense.
No, they are. And Jay had texted us, shared the tweet. I think it was Jay. And they're not going with necessarily right now. And I'll preface this by saying right now, the big names. They're going with depth. You get Randy Gregory, big name. Chase Young, big name. Guys were okay, but it didn't pan out, and now it seems to be more depth at that position, talking about the D-line. And so, I'm not glad, but from a fan's perspective, they're doing something.
Mm-hmm.
There's some other franchises that aren't doing a darn thing out there.
How about them Cowboys?
Right. I mean, Jerry Jones said they're going all in this offseason, and they haven't done a thing. They haven't done a thing, from bringing somebody in from the outside to the inside. But, when you look at the Niners, and you guys tell me, Jay, you could chime in this too. And I understand Chase Young, free agent, Randy Gregory, you let Eric Armstead go. Was that an area of concern or need that this Niners squad had?
The front, defensive front.
Yeah.
Yeah. The middle. Yeah. They, after Armstead left, and then Kyle Shanahan's always looking for pass rushers, edge rushers.
Yeah, always. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And Chase Young was gone the moment early in that Lions game when he didn't pursue somebody.
Give 100%.
Yeah.
And
then they came out and said, we can't do it anymore. It's like, they can't do it. He's gone.
He's done.
Yeah.
I mean, these are good depth moves for the Niners. And, but right now, and I can say the same thing for my Eagles, but I won't. But, this is
Hey,
smart.
you signed your kicker. That's great.
Right. We say, hey, our kicker is legit.
Mm-hmm.
We got a legit kicker. He's a vital, won a couple of games for us. And so I just think, when you look at March moves, it's sexy. It sounds good, but we don't know how it's going to play out, man.
That's a good point. How about some of these names changing hands? Joe Flacco headed to the Colts, according to ESPN. Bengals tackle Jonah Williams going to the Cardinals. Calvin Ridley is one of the big stories of the day.
Yeah, they thought they were getting him in New England. Fans were excited about the potential of Calvin Ridley going to New England, and he goes where? Tennessee?
Yes,
Titans.
4 years, $92 million.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, is it? That's the other thing, and this is kind of to the point you just made. Some of these reports. Well, here's what Andrew Brandt says about these numbers that are thrown around. He writes for SI now, and he used to be in the Packers front office. He says reports are almost always coming from the agents who have vested interest in having the numbers painted as rosy as possible. He says they are not the real deals or the guaranteed amounts that have no contingencies. For example, he says Tampa Bay, if Baker Mayfield 3 years, $100 million, Mike Evans 2 years, $52 million. He says the real amounts are Mayfield 1 year, $40 million, Evans 1 year, $29 million. The rest, he says, it's up to the Bucs. They can pay it or not.
Well, that's how football operates.
Right.
Yeah.
But 3 years, $100 million.
Right.
So he says these are not bad deals, but they're not what they appear to be. They're not what a deal for this player that the agent trumps it up to be.
Hypes it up.
Yeah.
It's sort of like used car salesman, right? Yeah, come look at this. He signed. But back to the Ridley deal, listed at 4 years, $92 million. Does that set the market for Brandon Ayuk?
Ooh.
Are we talking, Jay, $24 million for Brandon Ayuk?
We were already there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Is that where? And are you paying that, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, you have to at this point. If Calvin Ridley drapes
ago, Jay, you were like, no.
Yeah, but I think the cap changed that.
Okay.
I think the cap really changed that, and the fact that you see what the Niners are doing, and you guys have talked about it, is they always put the onus on defensive line and really linebacking position when it comes to the defense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so you see Eric Kendricks coming there, who's been healthy. Talk about Malik Collins, who has better numbers than Eric Armstead over the last 3 or 4 years. I think this is the 49er way. This is the John Lynch way. And I don't even think it's the Shanahan thing. I think it's just that's the way John Lynch believes in building a football team, and the teams that he played for, the Bucks and things like that. But to go back to Ayuk, Drapes, if Calvin Ridley's getting $80+ million, and I didn't look at the guaranteed money, then Ayuk's probably getting 100. Yeah,
50 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. You double that,
Yeah.
So he'll probably get 100 on paper and probably look closer to 60 million or something. I mean, look what Evans just got down in Tampa again. What was it, 2 for 60 or something? And 50 something of that was. I mean, you get more snacks than a little bit right now, brother.
Evans was 2 for 52. Yeah, which is really 1 for 29.
Right, $30 million a year. Right, which is the guaranteed. So
yeah. But you know what, Jay, and I know Niner fans know this. You know this. DeForest Buckner. The 49ers said, nope, we can't because we're going to pay.
Yeah.
We're going to get a draft pick. We'll get Kinlaw. We're going to pay to keep Armstead. And we also have to pay. You know who else they had to pay? D Ford.
Yes.
That's why DeForest Buckner had to go. It hasn't worked out, but oh well. Yeah. Kinlaw signing with the Jets. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I'm not going to. I read somewhere he's a bust with the 49ers. I get that, but you know what? He was like, he came here from Trinidad Tobago with his mom and his brothers. They were homeless.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not going to call a guy a bust because you're disappointed in the way he's playing football.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't live up to your expectation. Not your
Yeah. He had a pretty better year.
He was solid.
Healthy. Yeah.
All right. Going to play with Robert Saleh. Right back to the guy who drafted him.
Yeah. Dave McMenamin, he's a Laker insider. We'll get the scoop on the Lakers when he joins us here from the Golden One as we get ready for the Kings and the Lakers to drive guys on Sactown Sports.
Sweep LA. The Kings go for the season sweep tonight against the Lakers.
Here's a great steal. Malik Monk ahead to Keon Ellis. A full-blown two-hand throwdown. And the Kings have a 20-point lead as the defense has just been spectacular.
The Kings and Lakers tonight at 7 on your home for Kings basketball, Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear tonight. It will stay breezy through the night tonight and again during the day tomorrow. Overnight low temperatures will drop into the upper 40s. Highs tomorrow will be in the upper 60s to around 70. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA 3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia during their spring event and save big on your favorite models. You can even buy with zero down on approval of credit. Shop your trusted Kia dealership for over 25 years and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house. Even in my hiding spots.
Ha! Found you. How? That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Now through March 21st, get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Well, it's getting kind of Lakery up in here right now. Drive guys, Whitey and Drapes. Michael Thompson just walked by, and joining us now, Laker insider from ESPN, the great Dave McMenamin. Dave, as I said, help yourself to any snacks. We have a lot of stuff available here because Drapes was complaining earlier. So, yeah, just let us know.
I get hangry, because this show starts at 2. I got to be here. What time I get here, Whitey? Like 1:30, 1:15 or so?
The show starts at 2, 1:58.
So I don't get to have lunch before I come in and do the show. So I get hangry sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm sometimes a 2:05 guy when something starts at 2. So
okay, all right.
Game time is on time. Hey, it's a big rivalry, at least from our side of it. But how big is this game tonight for the Lakers?
Anthony Davis called the game last week a must-win, and obviously the Lakers had a 19-point lead early and then got run out their own building by the Kings. So certainly this is a team that they recognize the importance, not necessarily – I mean, of course there is a inter-division rivalry, whatever you want to call it, and the fact that this team has had their number, there's importance in that. But I think there's 16 games left in the regular season. Every one of these games are important for the Lakers. They want to avoid the play-in. And also you think about it, like the Kings already have the tiebreaker, sure, but let's say they end up in a postseason scenario. You don't want to go into that postseason scenario with the other team knowing that you beat them all 4 times. So there's an added element there too.
Dave McMenamin joining us here on the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports 1140. Dave, we've been hyping up this Domas AD matchup.
Yeah.
It's been well publicized. Sabonis is undefeated against Anthony Davis. Do you think Davis and the Lakers know that? And is that a motivation for them at all?
I mean, I asked Davis about it this morning.
Oh, you? Yeah. If he wasn't aware, you made sure he was aware, right?
Not that stat I got right. 9-0 in his career. I got another Domas stat wrong when I referred to it to LeBron. What's the double-double stat for him? It's not consecutive. It's most in the season.
No, it's 47 in a row.
It is 47.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, good.
In a single season.
In a single season. Yeah. Okay, good. I did get that one right with LeBron too. But yeah, I brought it up to AD, and listen, he's like, it's not a one-on-one sport. It's a team game. So he didn't really take the bait. What he did say was, this is a really big game for us. And so, if we take care of business as a team, then sure, I can vanquish that bad negative stat, one-on-one stat that Domas has over him.
Mm-hmm. What else, in that game last week, as you mentioned, the Kings coming from 19 down, come back to win that game. We know that matchup is not a great matchup from the Lakers standpoint, or hasn't been. What else in that game perhaps took the Lakers by surprise, or things that they're going to be focusing on preventing tonight?
I think they ended up with 20 turnovers. So that was shooting themselves in the foot. And that was kind of the story of their inconsistency in December and January after the in-season tournament. They just were turning the ball over way too much. I think at one point they were number 2 in the league in terms of live ball defensive possessions that they had to play coming off their own turnovers. So you can't really, in today's league, all the offensive talent you have going on, if you're spotting a team an extra 8-10 points a game from those scenarios, like you're not going to win enough based on what they have their expectations for this year. And then they were complaining about the refs last game. Yeah. They thought that Anthony Davis got some ticky-tack fouls, and the total complexion of the game changed when Davis had to go to the bench, and Malik Monk obviously played great. Davion Mitchell played great. The thing is, though, what De'Aaron Fox did, 44 points is, one of the better games of his career, but the spots he was getting to, it's no accident. And it's not like the Lakers have different personnel they had last week. Obviously, there's no Cam Reddish again tonight. So they don't have any elite perimeter defenders really to throw at him. And I think they better be cognizant of that again and hope that De'Aaron misses.
Right.
He made a ton of those mid-range little step backs, floaters, pull-ups, and that really spelled their doom.
Yeah, and he looked super comfortable out there, like confident, knowing that he could get to his spots against this Lakers team. You know, when you look at the Lakers, one thing I was surprised to find out, offensively, they've been pretty good, especially as of late. What are you seeing from the Lakers on that end, and why has their offense been so efficient as of late?
So the first thing we'll bring up the turnovers. They had overall been taking care of the ball more, so you get some more possessions. 2, they've been sharing the ball more. Their assist rate has been, I think, top 5 in the league in the last 6 weeks, and so that's a sign of a healthy offense. And some of that is not over-relying on LeBron. And that's kind of the tricky balance with any LeBron team, because even as he's in year 21, he's 39 years old, he still looks like LeBron of 29 years old. And so sometimes you get caught watching and staring if you're a Laker teammate. And what Darvin Ham's staff has kind of encouraged guys, particularly D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves, to do is you get it and go. Like, he's not going to run and tackle you, take the ball back, right? So long as you're playing efficiently and playing aggressively, he's not going to have a problem with you. Where he has a problem with you is either you're over dribbling or you're doing something and breaking the offense, or when you get the ball, you are meek or timid. Don't know what to do with it. And that was kind of the hump that Max Christie had to work through earlier in this year. He's only a second-year player, 19 years old, so it's understandable. But he had to get over that to be more effective, and now he's starting to get some minutes. He could be a guy, actually, they look to play against De'Aaron Fox. He wouldn't start tonight, but get some minutes against Fox tonight.
Getting some intel on the Lakers from Dave McMenamin from ESPN. You mentioned LeBron, his age, and he's out there shooting now. How hobbled is LeBron? How hobbled is AD right now?
Well, AD had like a stinger, I guess is the best way to describe it, with that shoulder, but he's not even on the injury report with the shoulder anymore. He has bilateral Achilles soreness. So both legs are kind of sore, but expect him to go. LeBron, it's kind of tougher to tell. You know, he's been dealing with this ankle injury really since December, late December. Missed the last game before the All-Star break to get some sort of mysterious treatment on it. Went and showed up the All-Star.
What's the scoop, Dave? What was it?
Hey, I've been working on it. I don't know yet. You guys going to help me out here? Then he continued with some more treatment post-All-Star game, which caused him to miss the first game out of the break against the Warriors. And, you know, I will say this. The guy, there's not too many signs of atrophy in his game, but I think where you do see it is he really only has about 2 elite LeBron games in him a week, where it used to be 4 or 5. And so some of that is you look for spots to give him 3 or 4 days of rest. And whereas I think he probably could have played the Bucks game, but it was, well, we're better off giving him 2 more days ahead of the Wolves game, because we know he's going to have 2 days ahead of the Kings game, and kind of work out the schedule, manipulate the schedule a little bit like that, just to save that ankle of his.
Dave McMenamin joining us. Dave, what's the temperature around Darvin Ham? It seems like anytime the Lakers struggle, that's the first thing they want to point at. Oh, the coach. What would you say is the temperature around him within the organization?
You know, listen, they hired him knowing that he was a first-time head coach and that there was going to be a learning curve. And the thing that they absolutely loved about him in the process when they interviewed him was that he has a presence about him, he has conviction, and he knows how to manage a group of individuals. All those things remain the same. Now, have there been some whispers about people unhappy about some of the rotations? I wrote, not even whispers, I wrote a story on D'Angelo Russell published on ESPN.com today. I invite your listeners to check it out. D'Angelo said that last year he didn't feel like he had a chance to have a voice with Darvin, because Darvin had Dennis Schroeder on the team and they had a long-standing relationship going back to their time together with the Hawks. And that was something that they kind of had to overcome. And in overcoming that, it led to, clashing in film sessions where Darvin's saying, hey, I'm showing you guys film and you guys aren't playing hard enough. And D'Angelo's saying, well, I don't even care if we're not playing hard enough. We should be running different sets. And through this kind of loggerheads process, they've developed a dialogue, which is a good thing, but it's certainly not like necessarily a comfortable fit at this point. At the same time, think they're 12-5 of their last 17 games. They're starting to gain some ground. Winning cures a lot in this league, as we know.
Yeah. D'Angelo Russell's become an absolute key to this team, hasn't he?
He really
wrote about
has.
that, right?
I mean, just some of these marquee performances late in games, too. You know, he beats the Warriors with a crazy 3 in double overtime just out of the All-Star break. 44 points and 9 assists against the Bucks last week. 3 threes in the span of 66 seconds against OKC. The last of which was just a wild one with Jalen Williams hanging all over him. He's playing with a ton of confidence right now. They're putting the ball in his hands. He's back in the starting lineup. You know, there was that time he had a bit of a slump in December when he was coming off the bench. And again, like, I don't know, like he could be the most important kind of X factor down the stretch here. Now, from the outside looking in, the reputation of D'Angelo Russell, you're like, oh, that's not necessarily the guy you want to be who you're hinging your playoff hopes upon. At the same time, there's few players with the kind of on-ball skill set that he possesses. I'm not saying he's Kyrie Irving. I'm not saying he's even De'Aaron Fox, but he's not.
We've seen it here.
He's
Dave.
not
We've
too far behind
Right,
those guys in terms of skill set.
Yep.
And if he can stay, kind of connected to the team and all the things that come with that, he could have a strong year. And guess what? The added motivation that we know is a thing in this league. He can opt out of his contract and try to get some money this summer.
That's always a motivator, right?
Yeah,
Always
yeah.
When you look at the Lakers, what's their view on top 6 versus play-in? Are they pushing for that top 6? Or if they wind up in the play-in, they'll deal with it and it doesn't matter, sort of like last year?
They're pushing for the top 6.
Okay.
That's a big motivator for it, just because, one, the West is really tough.
Yeah.
And certainly you got to stay out of 9-10, right?
Right.
I guess I would say 7-8, if they have a situation down the stretch where, you're talking about playing a guy who's hurt, whatever, and you're sure you have the 7-8, then maybe that doesn't happen.
Right.
But all the talk basically for about a month now. So let's get in that top 6. And I think they're 2.5 games out of it right now.
Yeah, 2.5. Right.
16 games to go. Not an easy stretch necessarily. They still have some tough teams. They have a 6-game road trip coming up. They end the year on a 2-game road trip, including in New Orleans, where they haven't been able to win in, it feels like, 5 years. So there's a lot of work ahead of them, but that's where their mindset is right now. Get to top 6. Now, the problem is top 6 could mean you're playing Denver in the first round.
Right, yeah.
Denver, talk about Sabonis having AD's number. Denver has the Lakers number.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah. Dave McMenamin with us. We have the standings. I have the standings right here. What do you think of the Kings? Asking you to just, your best guess here. What do you think of the Kings' chances to get out of the play-in situation? We, of course, have the Clippers 4, Pelicans 5. Maybe we're getting some separation there between the Pelicans and the rest of the pack. Phoenix 6. They're 7 out. The Kings are just half game behind them. Mavericks are a half game behind the Kings, and of course the Lakers and the Warriors. What do you think about the Kings' chances to emerge out of that play-in mess?
Right. So my main beat, I guess, at ESPN is the Lakers, but
Sure.
one of my teams I'm responsible for keeping tabs on is the Suns, and so I've watched them a lot this year, and they've just been very inconsistent. And so I don't necessarily have faith that Devin Booker's hamstring will hold up, or Bradley Beal will come down with something else, or they will decide they don't want to keep playing defense at the level they need to stay out of the top 6. So I think they're a little suspect. The Clippers
and the Suns' schedule's murder, isn't it?
Suns' schedule really tough.
Yep.
The Clippers, to see Kawhi Leonard leave the game with back spasms, whatever it was, that's a little questionable. And they've now blown a couple 20-point leads in the course of the week, and they were like the hottest team in the league for about 6 weeks. And to me, it was like, okay, we proved to ourselves we could do that. Now let's take our foot off the gas and let's care again come playoff time. Well, if you mess around too much with that, you aren't going to get caught.
Yeah.
Whereas, Denver's gaining steam. Oklahoma City is like young and they don't know any better than to play hard every night. Minnesota with Cat out, they could slide. So I mean, it's very attainable. It's right there for the taking. It's just, probably a little bit of combination of luck in terms of guys staying healthy and just how well they execute. Yeah. And Mike Brown's done a great job with this team. I mean, they've won at a pretty remarkable rate since he's been the coach of this program. Let's see if they can get it done while it matters here.
Dave, I look at matchups as extremely key. Like if I'm Sacramento or anybody, I don't want to see Denver in the playoffs. I didn't want to see the Clippers if healthy. How key is matchups? Are the Lakers thinking that too? How key are matchups, you think, in this Western Conference?
For sure. Yeah. It's really big. And, I've now covered LeBron's teams for 9 years, and there's been all sorts of teams that you'd say, oh, they dominated them in the regular season, so maybe you want that one, or they did not do so well, you want to avoid it. There is like the talk, and I think there's more than just talk. You don't want to mess around with the basketball gods too much, right? So if you start thinking about, well, if we manage this last 5 games this way, rest guys here, then something else will happen. If you want God to laugh, tell him your plans. And so I think that's kind of something that I don't think they'll mess around too much with, but certainly when they're gathering in the meal room and the coaches are looking at the standings every morning, they are saying Denver, I'd rather play them later on.
Yeah.
When we feel like we're building some momentum and we maybe get guys like Jared Vanderbilt back healthy versus, I don't know, OKC, like the Lakers dominated them in the regular season. Yeah. I think if you told them today, hey, you could play them and you're in the playoffs, even if they're the number 1 seed in the West, they would take it.
They would take that.
Yeah. By the way, Dave, you mentioned the basketball gods behind over your left shoulder is Gary Gerald, who I think he may be actually one of the basketball long time voice of the Kings and a legend. Thank you very much for your time.
We
appreciate it very much. We're back with more here from Golden One. We got high praise for the Kings from a current Laker. Next, Sactown Sports.
Flooring is your game. We'll help you win it. Because at LL Flooring, all we do is floors. You want decor? Try. You want plumbing? LL Flooring has been helping pros knock it out of the park for over 30 years. Visit one of our 400 nationwide warehouses for one-on-one service, extensive inventory, and exclusive pro pricing. Get the pro treatment you deserve. Enroll today, online or in-store. LL Flooring, every step covered.
Welcome to the March Mania sales event at Kia of Vacaville, Northern California's premier destination for automotive excellence. Get ready for an exhilarating showcase of our 2024 vehicle lineup, where innovation meets the road and customer satisfaction reigns supreme. Step into the future with the all-new Kia Sportage, where cutting-edge design harmonizes with dynamic performance. Explore the outstanding fuel efficiency of the Kia Niro, a hybrid marvel that redefines eco-friendly driving. Experience the unparalleled luxury and versatility of the Kia Telluride, setting new standards for sophistication and practicality. Don't miss out on our impressive selection of eco-friendly Kia hybrid options, tailored for drivers who demand efficiency without compromising on style. And for those seeking the EV9, Kia of Vacaville has it ready for delivery or in stock. Visit us today during March Mania and discover why Kia of Vacaville is the ultimate destination for automotive excellence. Model availability and features may vary. Please visit Kia of Vacaville for more information.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jake Owen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by California Army National Guard, Major Wood Home Furnishings, and RVs of Sacramento.
And paid for by America First Tax Group. Attention! If you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you. But you must call 800-257-0663 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-257-0663. That's 800-257-0663. Again, 800-257-0663.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Sacramento is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Sacramento at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Good to have the great G-Man making a cameo on our YouTube presentation. So he's getting ready for the Lakers and the Kings. Before we get to some high praise for the Kings from a Laker, we've got a situation that we must share with you that is blasphemous.
What's going on here?
All right, this is from ESPN, Wednesday, March 13th. You may have seen this, 8:56 a.m. 49ers signing ex-Chargers linebacker Eric Kendricks. Source says, the one-year deal, Adam Schefter, blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right, that's great. We've been talking about that today.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice little pickup.
Uh-huh. Kind of replacing Dre Greenlaw if you need that. Maybe you've seen this. Jay just sent us this. Another change of heart. After agreeing to a deal with the 49ers, former Chargers and Vikings linebacker Eric Kendricks has decided to go to the Dallas Cowboys instead.
Unbelievable.
Mike Zimmer wanted Kendricks to help run his defense. Kendricks preferred to play in Dallas. That is unacceptable.
That is unacceptable. Backing out of a commitment. You said yes, and then decide, you know what? You know what happened, right, Whitey? You know what happened. Jerry Jones was sitting at home watching ESPN. Everybody's making fun of him. Cowboys didn't do anything. And Jones says, you know what?
Well,
give him whatever he wants.
Whatever he wants.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what happened. It's a big loss right here.
It is.
Like, he ain't even play a snap, but this is like having that guy in the middle for you.
Uh-huh.
Sort of the quarterback of your defense.
Yeah. That was Phil. You know, it's football, and
right.
Rarely in football is like one guy take care of everything. You know, you got so many holes to fill, so many injuries. But that was a massive hole this guy filled.
That was.
Who needs him?
What do you, I mean, ultimately, what do you think? It came down to money probably, but the Niners only offered what, a 1-year deal?
That was according to Schefter, right? Yeah.
I don't know if Dallas offered more or what, but
Jay has the scoop on, well, not the scoop, but Jay has a theory on how much more money they offered him.
Yeah, it had to be $3 to $5 million more, right, fellas?
Yeah.
And plus the fact that Texas doesn't have taxes, you know, when it comes to the and Drapes. I don't know how you play out. Are you in the pool of where you guys play? You get taxed in that area as well, or no? Yeah. So you definitely know
like
that
20 different
W-2s.
Like, it's ridiculous. It's like, come on, you know.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, and that makes a difference, man. You know, especially playing 8 or 9 games in Texas instead of on the road, and playing 8 or 9 games in California? Like, how much money does that actually equate to?
I can imagine.
But this is, from a football standpoint, this is a big loss. What do you have? 117 tackles, I think it was last season. Like, just a rock solid guy in the middle of your defense.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He's posted more than 100 tackles in 8 consecutive seasons. According to Tom Pelissero, the 49ers made a strong offer. I was just trying to think of anything else like this that's happened in the past. And one of the things that comes to mind, different sport, was when Steve Kerr was going to take over as coach of the Knicks and then change his mind and had to call Phil Jackson and say, sorry, Phil. And I guess that worked out for him.
That worked out for him.
I got another one.
How about Bill Belichick with the Jets?
Yeah.
He's having an introductory press conference and then bam, a change of heart right there.
Yeah, the Giants, the whole Carlos Correa thing. A couple years ago.
Giants with Carlos Correa.
I got another Carlos. How about when Carlos Boozer backed out?
Ooh, see Booze. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't that where he was, I want out of my deal so we can re-up for another deal. And then he said, okay. And then he said,
I'm going to Utah.
I'm now that I'm a free agent. I'm
going to Cleveland or wherever. Cleveland, right?
That's scandalous right there. Now that's scandalous.
Yeah, he deserved Ronnie Price dunking on his head. That's what he deserved right there. That's unfortunate for the 49ers, but they'll figure something out, Jay. How concerned are you by that, Jay?
Not too concerned. The one thing I will say is this, and I think Drapes, both of you guys spoke to it very highly. The one thing he does not miss games. He does play. Yeah. He's available. Like, he's there, and with Fred Warner flying, 18 different ways, I thought it'd be a nice pairing until Dre may come back. We don't know what goes on.
Right.
I think it just allows for the 49ers to probably have to go to option B or C, which, maybe a bigger name, maybe a little longer in the tooth. But I think Eric, not even 30 yet. I think he's 28 years old. I thought it was a good move by them.
Kendricks is 32.
Oh, is
washed. He's washed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's washed
throwing dirt on him already.
49ers dodging a big-time bullet
I thought he
here.
was younger. I could have swore he was 28, 29.
Yeah, I'm just going by the ESPN story here.
Let me check that.
Yeah. He's washed up. He's a has-been. Cowboys can have him. Niners dodging a bullet there.
Look at you guys.
Yeah.
He's
dirt
washed.
on his name already.
He's not washed.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Look at this right here. Look at the media contingent making their way. Our boy Frankie Clicks, Matt George, James Chris Wackenstyle. They're going to Mike Brown's pregame press conference.
For anybody, but
sorry,
I'm getting another call.
It's just like seeing them all. It's like a line of ants walking across the pavement right there, just watching them.
Mentioned earlier that last night after the game, Doc Rivers didn't have a lot of kind words for the Kings. He didn't demean them directly, just kind of, we didn't have the right frame of mind. How about this? This is from D'Angelo Russell talking about the Kings. Quote, everything they do is systematic. That's a credit to their coaching, their players, their style of play. This is according to the Orange County Register. He said this, quote, D'Angelo Russell, when you look at Denver and compare them, it's a great comparison.
Really?
Yes.
That's high praise.
I know.
There.
I was like, what? Yeah.
Wow. Well,
I'm not even sure what he means, Frank.
I don't know, but and we aren't the only ones, saying that though. Like that comparison, okay, I'll take it. Hey, I did just get some breaking news. Can I give you that?
Please. Yes. Do you need a sounder or?
Yeah, Jay, we got a breaking news sounder.
Yeah, we do, but it's a little too long to play.
It's a little too long.
Okay. Yeah, we need to cut that down.
Doom, doom, doom. Kevin Herter, right leg contusion out.
Oh.
Keegan Murray available tonight.
Okay.
With his left ankle sprain. So Red Velvet, who got hurt yesterday, out, but Keegan Murray's back tonight.
Okay.
Does he need to have a big game?
Keegan?
Yeah, do they need no Trey Lyles, no Kevin Herter? It would be nice to see Keegan get going early.
He's got to be looking for a shot early. Yes, definitely. I mean, we go back and forth on HB, and I lean more towards your side on HB. I don't think he gets the credit he deserves, but I understand the criticism. My point is, last night I thought he seemed to be aware of that. Wow, Keegan's not here. I'm gonna have to. I need to score. And I think 16. He had a solid game.
He had a very solid game.
But that's a veteran was aware that his team needed that last night.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I looked at the numbers. I got them right here. When Keegan Murray plays, Harrison Barnes' numbers are down, and that's kind of to be expected, obviously.
Somebody's numbers have to go down.
Yeah, somebody has to go down. But when Keegan Murray's out, Harrison Barnes, 15.4% points per game. When Keegan Murray's in, 11.9. And so HB, when somebody's out, the numbers indicate he usually steps up his game.
Who starts at the 2 guard tonight? It's got to be Keon, right?
Ellis, yeah.
Got to be, huh?
Still go Keon. Yeah, 100. I don't think it's going to be Malik. I don't think Davion. I say Keon Ellis again. And, and he gives you that spark. But the interesting thing about this Lakers team, who are you going to put Keon on? D'Angelo?
That was my first thought.
It's not. I don't think it's as impactful against this Lakers team as the Milwaukee Bucks. Dame Lillard, high usage guy with a ball in his hands. For the Lakers, LeBron has the ball in his hands as much. And so it'll be interesting to see which direction Mike Brown goes. And, maybe I think it'll be on D'Angelo Russell, but
I don't think Keon, on switches maybe, but I don't think LeBron as his primary assignment. I wouldn't.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Or do you go with, a bigger person in the starting lineup? I don't know. Do you go with a Chris Duarte maybe? And not necessarily guarding LeBron. I just don't think Keon's impact is as strong tonight as it was last night when you could throw him on Dame Lillard. All right, shut down Dame. If you say, all right, shut down D'Angelo Russell, all right, that does something, but it's not as impactful.
Not as impactful, but I thought it was pretty impactful last week when Keon and a number of players combined to hold Russell to 10 points. Like we talked about it, they rely on him a lot, and they still, you're right. They scored 120 points.
Right. They still, yeah. I think
not
the key
the same,
is that guy walking in the tunnel, Anthony Davis. If Anthony Davis plays like all-star Anthony Davis, the Lakers have a chance. If Domas owns him again, it's Kings all the way, in my opinion.
Tell me if I've got the stars in my eyes talking about Keon, or if this is accurate in your opinion. When he's on the floor defensively, it's not just a matter of who he's guarding, which he's very good at, but he's so good at getting in the passing lanes. He can disrupt the other team's defense more than just by doing a really good job on a particular player.
On the guy.
Yeah.
What's up, big dog? Bro, hold up. Hey, we in Sacramento, big fella. Don't come up here acting like you run things. You see Rohan? He just came up here like, what? I'm in the building. It's a Lakers guy coming in. We're not letting y'all fans take over. We're not letting anything like that happen, big dog. Yeah, hey, appreciate you, man. Nothing personal, but you came up here looking like, what now, Sack? And we're not playing
like this was his turf.
Right, didn't he?
Yeah.
I thought it was high flyer for a minute, and I'm like, what? This guy, no, it's like
you got away with people.
He came up here looking like he was ready to do some business, and I'm like, no, this is not Los Angeles. This is our building. And so, what were we talking about again?
We were talking about the way Keon Ellis can disrupt the defense in more ways than just by shutting down the guy he's guarding.
No, he's tremendous at the passing lane.
Yes.
You're right. He's tremendous. And also, and I mentioned it earlier, like his rebounding, he may not grab the rebound, but just his effort, I think, is what helps this Kings team. He's not just a lockdown defender, but just his energy and his disruptiveness, if you will, I think is key to this.
He strikes me as a guy, and there are a lot of them in the NBA. There are a lot of them who have to play this way, but he will do things that some better players, just to them, it's like, I'm above that. Some star players like, I'm not doing that.
Like what? Yeah, give me some examples.
Well, just diving
for loose ball. He had one yesterday.
Second effort situations, things like that. You want to sit down, high flyer?
What you got there? What you got? A chocolate chip? Come have a seat, man. I'm tired, man.
We're just about done here. We're just wrapping things up here.
We got 5 minutes, so that's good enough for one question for you, man. You on that Mike Brown media training, bro. You ask one question to high flyer, he goes for about 7 minutes.
You out of pocket.
No,
we got no Kevin Herter tonight. We do have Keegan. So
okay.
So Keon Ellis got to start, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You know what?
Do you want to finish that cookie before?
No.
You want to wash it down a little bit?
No, I'm good.
You good? All right, go ahead, man.
I'll tell you what. KE really impressed me by how he played yesterday. He came in and gave us exactly what we needed. And that was for somebody to stay in front of Dame. somebody to be smart enough to bother Dame.
Yep.
To go over screens on Dame, to pick up Dame as soon as he came across the half court. Always had some pressure on Dame Lillard, no matter where he was on the court. That was huge for us yesterday.
Oh, you know what else Doc said last night? It's like Doc,
say?
I thought had kind of a backhanded. He talked about he didn't say the Kings were great. He just said we weren't ready. He said the Kings overhelp because they have to, and we didn't take advantage of that. That's another thing that he said.
I'm not agreeing with that.
Yeah.
I'm in so agreement with. First of all, his guys shot the ball poorly. They did.
Yeah.
They shot the ball poorly. But I definitely thought that the Sacramento Kings defense had ramped up, especially as far as we've used to seeing.
Yeah. On the ball pressure.
The little gimmick defense we talked about, the matchup zone bothered them.
And he did it early, like throughout the game. It wasn't just when we're down 20, let's turn to it.
Right.
He mixed it up out there last night.
And that's why I said, the gimmick defenses, 2-3 minute stretches will really throw some teams off. And Milwaukee, they didn't respond to it. The only person that we had to really worry about was Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
And once the Kings figured out that you put a long guy on him, Alex Lynn did a great job.
Yeah.
You put a long guy on him, and you don't help off the other guys. I'm sorry, you put a long guy on Giannis, and everybody stay in front of your man because I'm not helping you.
Yeah.
Because when you help and you dish to Giannis, once Giannis got into that purple area, bro, it was over with.
It's a wrap.
It was over with. I don't care who was there. He stretched out and went over him, but Alex Lynn made it to where he couldn't just go over him, so he had to find an alternative way.
How tough is it for the Kings tonight, given the way they have to play? They have to always play harder than the other team, and they just played last night against a good team.
You know what? I don't want to hear nothing about that. You have
you play. That's why I'm asking. You did that.
Hey, you have an agenda. You can rest after the playoffs. You can Cancun it all you want after the playoffs is done. Tonight you have to rewind and come right back because you didn't let games slip. You cannot let no more games slip. And this one tonight is going to be a big one. This one tonight is going to be a big one. I mean, I know they have the game decider, but still, LA is coming.
Yes, I was going to ask you. You've beaten them 3 times already this season.
Right.
How difficult is it to get a 4th? We saw it against Denver a couple of weeks ago. Denver was on one in that game. How much do you expect from the Lakers tonight?
Bro, did you see the King down there warming up? I stood down there and I watched that dude. I mean, whenever LeBron is engaged, you're in trouble. That's the one thing that you got to worry about. How long is LeBron's going to stay engaged? If he get down on his teammates and feel like they're not giving him what he wants, sometimes he packs it in.
Right.
He'll get his little 20, 25, and he'll pack it in. But if he stays engaged, man, and then, AD is going to be, the auxiliary guy. Is AD going to be engaged, or is he going to disappear like he did when we were down in LA? Right. You didn't even know Anthony Davis was on the floor when we played them the last time.
Yeah.
And I was shocked by that because AD is basically, to me, can be the best dude in the NBA.
He could. Yeah.
I love what Giannis does. Giannis gets his off because of his aggression.
Power.
Yeah. Because of his energy, his motive. Yeah. I'm going through you. AD don't have that. AD has more.
AD had that?
It's all over. He's the best dude in the league.
Yeah.
He's exactly what LeBron wants him to be.
High flyer. I'm reluctant to ask you this because it was late in the game. A lot of people probably weren't even watching, but you're the high flyer. So what did you think of Andre Jackson?
Ooh, did you see that?
I've never seen anything like it.
Hey, I had to go back and watch the whole thing because I want to know that dude get a boost. He got a boost up.
He did. Okay.
Yes,
he got a boost.
Yes, he got a boost up.
Right.
That's why his head was 6 feet over the rim.
Because he took off, but he was in the air and Kobe jumped. So he hit Kobe's back and went up even higher.
Even more. Okay.
That dude hit his chin on the rim. Did y'all see that?
Oh, man.
Hey, I heard your call.
Right.
Yeah.
But the most impressive thing is you see De'Aaron Fox and Monk on the bench. And De'Aaron Fox's eyes just lit up and Monk got up and ran off the bench. Everybody was like, did this dude just hit his chin?
Oh, my God.
That was amazing.
That was hellacious, yes.
It was amazing, bro. One of the best putbacks I've seen in a long time.
Watch out for the big fella.
Who we got here? Michael Thompson coming through. Okay, that's royalty.
He's
right
going to
there.
move. He's going to drop a championship ring on you.
I know, right? On you.
He's going to smack you with that ring finger. You better move.
Oh, man.
What do you think tonight? You feeling good? Optimistic?
You know what? I told you guys yesterday, I said the Kings was going to show up.
Yeah.
Tonight, Tonight, I'm rolling with the same thing. I
like that.
I think they're going to show up. AD's on the floor. LeBron's out there. I think the Kings will show up. For me, I think they're going to get this one too. I think they're going to get 2 in a row, fellas. The Kings need to hit that spurt you was talking about, how LA hit, how Golden State hit, how some of these other teams went on a 5, 6, 7, 8 game win.
We haven't had that in a while.
We need that right now.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, and you on the call tonight?
Yes, on the call tonight, Big Bella. I'm excited.
That's what's talking bad to me. He in the big seat.
I know, right? If I was up there at the kids' table, I'd be like keeping my mouth quiet.
Yeah.
It's Kings-Lakers night. We got game night coming up next for you from the Golden One Center. Drive, guys. Enjoy the game. Sactown Sports.
I be quiet, but when he leaves, I be talking again.
Sweep LA. The Kings go for the season sweep tonight against the Lakers.
Here's a great steal. Malik Monk ahead to Keon Ellis. A full-blown two-hand throwdown. And the Kings have a 20-point lead as the defense has just been spectacular.
The Kings and Lakers tonight at 7 on your home for Kings basketball. Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Now, I took the half-hour drive to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, and I came home with the finest car I've ever owned. I'm rocking that brand new EQS SUV they outfitted me with, and it's stylish and so comfortable. I love Mercedes cars. Also, Mercedes builds amazing commercial vehicles. Now, if you own a business, Mercedes builds commercial vans capable of any job. And with special interest rates as low as 4.9% on new Sprinter vans, plus the available tax breaks on Sprinter vans for commercial use, choosing a Mercedes van is a smart move. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has a huge full-service commercial fleet center. Go see my good friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Just a half-hour drive down I-5 from Sac, and it's online all the time at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Jeep Celebration event?
Save big on your next off-road adventure when you get $15,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2023 Jeep Gladiator Sport, Rubicon, and Mojave. You pick.
My wife has one of those Jeep Gladiator trucks, and she loves it.
Everyone I know that has a Gladiator loves them. And we have 16 to choose from. We're here to help you find the vehicle you need at the best possible price. That's why we don't have a bunch of dealer markups, surprise add-ons, or fees. At Hoblet, you get the small town experience with the big city savings and selection.
This savings can't last long. Don't miss your chance to save big with Hoblet. See their full selection at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$15,000 in total net savings after national standalone 15% of MSRP factory rebate. Sample VIN 566279. 2023 Jeep Gladiator Rubicon with $94.94 factory rebates and $55.06 dealer discount. $15,000 total net savings. 5 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
Hi, everyone. It's Emran Pilati, the host of the True Sports Card Show here on Sactown Sports 1140, Saturdays at 10 a.m. I'm excited about our second location at the Roseville Galleria as True Sports Cards continues our expansion. And to celebrate this day, we're excited to announce that Kevin Herter from the Sacramento Kings will be signing autographs on March 30th at 3 p.m. You can get your tickets for this event right now by going to TrueSportsCards.com, searching Kevin Herter in the search bar, and buying your ticket. Limited tickets are available, so please go to the website, TrueSportsCards.com, and get your Kevin Herter tickets right now.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Sacramento is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level.
Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. And kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Sacramento at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my friends at Fire Wings talking about Wings Day Wednesday. That's right, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. 3-flavor lineup includes 7 classic, 7 dry rub, and 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. A great place to watch and enjoy sports with friends. 21 delicious flavors to choose from. Save time. Order online for pickup or delivery. Just go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you. Order online. Earn rewards. Fire Wings. Just wing it.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
It's time for game night, getting you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball.
He's got the bucket.
Game night is presented by Power Business Technology, your locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or visit them at powercopiers.com. Here's your host, Scott Marsh, alongside the high flyer, Henry Turner.
And a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome inside the Golden One Center. It is game night coming to you live right here on Sactown Sports 1140. Scott Marsh along with the high flyer Henry Turner. There is a buzz in the building already for this one tonight. The Lakers are in town. The sun is out. The Doco is lit. And there is a national TV broadcast about ready to go on tonight as well. It's always fun when the Lakers come to town, high flyer.
Yo, it's Hollywood, baby. You know that. And the Lakers always bring their fans. This is the one thing that I do like about LA and Sacramento basketball, because our fans are still into the rivalry thing. Laker fans aren't really into the rivalry thing, but they do travel with their team. And I will give them that. They show up, but our fans get into it, man. And that's that extra part of the game that you get to enjoy.
No doubt. And obviously the game means something because we're getting towards the tail end of the season. The Kings are fighting for a playoff spot. The Lakers are also trying to climb up. They're currently in that number 9 spot in the play, and the Kings are in 7. The Lakers are 6 games above 500 at 36-30. The Kings are 10 games again above 500 at 37-27, coming off that terrific performance last night against the Milwaukee Bucks, one of their best efforts all season long.
Who's those guys?
I was going to ask you who were in those Kings uniforms.
I didn't recognize them, man. I didn't recognize them. Those are some new dudes came out there and played against Milwaukee, boy, because guess what, Scott? They stayed on the accelerator all game, didn't let up. So I'm not used to seeing them.
No doubt. 129-94. It was never close. The Kings jumped out on the Bucks right from the beginning. They led wire to wire, and they just never looked back. I mean, it was impressive. Both ends of the floor. They came out, made 6 of their first 7 threes, were tremendous from distance. They limited Milwaukee to just 7 of 39 from downtown. That was similar to the numbers that the Kings had on Sunday against the Rockets. So everything that we were unhappy about on Sunday, we were smiling last night about.
You know what? First of all, I want to give credit to where credit is due.
Yep.
You know, I want to salute Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis did exactly what the Kings needed him to do. He pressured Dame as much as he possibly could. He stayed in front of Dame.
Yep.
He didn't let Dame get downhill. Picked him up when he came across the half-court line. Did exactly what the Kings needed him to do. And, you know, of course, Dame can have off nights. But I'll tell you what, Keon was a part of that. He definitely was a part of that. He pressured Dame all night.
No doubt. Keon was a big factor. To your point, Lillard last night was 2 of 12, 1 of 6 from 3. Only had 10 points in the game, was really a non-factor. Keon with tremendous defense. And you know the Kings' record when Keon starts?
What's that?
5-0.
Ooh.
We're trending.
Okay.
I'm not saying that Keon Ellis should be in the starting lineup, but the results so far are pretty good.
You're not saying, but you're just saying.
I'm just pointing out.
I like that.
Facts are facts,
I
right?
like that. That's right.
Facts are facts.
That's right.
In fact, Mike Brown was asked about that in the post game last night, and he said, well, of course, that doesn't mean that Keon's going to be in the starting lineup from here on out. But obviously, he was very happy about the defense, and he finished off on that in the pregame presser today. He said their 3-ball defense, in terms of their second efforts in getting out the guys, was as good as it had been all season long.
Yes, I would have to agree with that. I think the Kings defense did step up. I think it was a sense of emergency, or not even emergency, Scott. I think the alarm went off for the Sacramento Kings because they knew what was at stake with that game. So tensions were high. Their energy level was high. They understood, and another guy, Alex Lynn, shouts out to Alex Lynn. At one particular point, he did a very good job on Giannis. He stayed in front of Giannis. He didn't let Giannis get downhill. He picked him up early. And I finally saw this last night. Alex Lynn might be one of the few in the league that's long enough to where Giannis couldn't really go over him.
Yeah.
He elected to go around him, and that changed his game a little bit. He still had Herculean numbers. Yeah. When the dude get in the purple, it's over with. I mean, he just explodes to the rim and scores. You cannot do nothing with that. But I tell you what, for some spurts out there, Alex Lynn made him change his shots. He missed some shots. He got a little frustrated. A-Lynn did a great job in my eyes.
Yeah, no, he provided some good minutes last night off the bench. Of course, off the bench, Malik Monk was again 6th man of the year quality, going for 20 points. He had 5 assists. He is now the all-time leader in assists in the Sacramento Kings era for a reserve player, passing Bobby Jackson last night.
You know what? The Kentucky connection, man, when them boys is out there on the floor, a little bit of anything can happen. That's why I like having Keon out there on the floor, because, it makes that backcourt long.
Yeah.
All of those guys got long wingspans. All those guys can push the ball. And Keon breaks it down to where he plays the defense. De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk shoot the gaps and get the steals, and they get out in transition.
Yeah, they do. So congratulations to Malik. Obviously becoming quickly not just a fan favorite, but one of the all-time Kings favorites, I would say.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, the energy he plays with makes him that just right off the bat.
Yeah. And also Sabonis, we have to give him his cred. Another double-double for Domas. He was 2 assists high. Yep, two shy of the triple-double, but he did record his 47th consecutive double-double. That is not just a Sacramento era record, but it's the franchise record for the Kings.
Man, we talk about how much we underestimate this dude and what he does out there on the floor. And, and I think that's another testament of how the game has changed to where, the numbers that he puts up, man, is just crazy that, we couldn't even fathom guys putting up numbers like that back in the day.
It is incredible. 60 double-doubles on the year for Sabonis. 22, 11, and 8. He was fantastic for Sacramento. Obviously, a wire-to-wire win, and the Kings are also now 6-0 when they hold opponents below 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, at the rate they score the basketball, Scott, if the Kings could manifest a defense to where they hold their opponent down to 100, we're talking about a great basketball team now. We're talking about a basketball team that's looking for a championship if they can manifest that.
No doubt. Our look at the points in the paint from yesterday, brought to you by RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painter in the Sacramento market since 1998. The Kings, 54 paint points. The Bucks had just 42 points in the paint last night.
Think about that. When you're the Sacramento Kings and you're able to get more points in the paint than Milwaukee, a team that lives in the paint. Giannis does all of his work down in the paint. Dame does half of his work down there. So does Brook Lopez. Their complementary players do half of their work getting towards the basket. So when the Kings beat them in 2-point shots, that's doing something.
Yeah, that's pretty special because the Bucks are elite in the paint. So Sacramento doing a tremendous job, and now a chance to win back-to-back games at home as they go for the sweep against the Lakers tonight. Our look back at last night and all the comments from Mike Brown, brought to you by Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. They're going to be in attendance tonight as well, so we'll see all the upper brass from Folsom Lake Honda here tonight, rooting on the Kings. We'll look forward to that. We're going to break. When we come back, High Flyer, we're going to talk with John Ireland, the tremendous voice of the Lakers. He's going to come over and give us the lowdown on the Lake Show. We'll get everybody ready as it's the Kings and the Lakers. Tonight's the final game of the regular season between these two teams. Could they match up in a play-in or a playoff series? It's possible. Lots on the line tonight. It's game night. Coming to you live from the Golden One Center right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
March Madness is here, and the UC Davis Aggies have earned the 2 seed for the Big West Tournament.
Pepper. Inside the lane, step back, 17. Forgot it, nothing but net for Eli Pepper. The man is unstoppable, and the Aggies lead.
Join us Friday night at 8:30 as UC Davis looks to advance to the conference championship. Follow the Aggies' quest to reach the big dance. Friday at 8:30 right here on Sactown Sports.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call.
At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile.
They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later.
They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys.
So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's going on for Dodge Power Shot Days?
A special sale on the very last of the new 2023 Dodge Charger and Challengers with savings up to $12,000 off MSRP. That means you can save up to 33% on some classic American muscle, starting as low as $24,520. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of history with the very last of the V8 Scat Packs.
Wow, up to 33% off. Hey, that seems impossible.
We do things a little different here at Hoblet. We're here to help you find the vehicle you need at the best possible price. That's why we don't have a bunch of dealer markups, surprise add-ons, or fees. At Hoblet, you get the small town experience with the big city savings and selection.
There's no better time to take advantage of this savings at Hoblet. See their full selection at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
12,000 total net savings after 6330 factory rebates and 5580 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of eligible First Responder Association and California resident. 20% net savings. See dealer for details.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
The Lakers radio, the play-by-play man, John Ireland. John, thank you so much for joining us. And I know you've been in town for a little bit. You were here last night while the Kings were taking on the Bucks.
Yes, we had a rare night off in Sacramento, and none of us did anything. We just stayed home and watched you guys play on TV. So I don't know if it'll help, but we can't beat you any other way. So we're 0-3 against the Kings this year. So hopefully somebody noticed something.
What do you make of that? Why have the Kings had such good success against LA so far?
It's interesting, Scott. There's two reasons, I think. Number one, I think, Henry, you know this from when you played. In boxing, they say styles make fights. Right. The Kings are a bad matchup for us because we don't have – our guards are great offensively, Austin Reeves and especially D'Angelo Russell. He's been fantastic. But neither one of those guys are what you would call elite defenders. Yep. So just based on that, we don't have anybody who can guard De'Aaron Fox, and his numbers reflect that. And then for whatever reason, Anthony Davis is a fantastic player, except when he plays against Domantas Sabonis. Yeah. I think he's 0 for 9 in the last 9 meetings they've had. And if you look at him statistically, Domantas has dominated. And there may be another player in the league that fits that description, but I don't know who it would be. I mean, AD has been the heart of our defense. He's been excellent offensively and defensively. The knock on him before this season was he misses a lot of games with injuries. He hasn't this year. But when Sabonis shows up, normally Domantas gets the better of him. So I think to answer your question, Scott, that's the main 2 reasons. We're a bad matchup for the Kings are a bad matchup for us because we don't really have anybody that matches up with your 2 best players.
You know what, John? I want to ask you this about the King. I watched him warm up, and I mean, I played 15 years, and I played until I was 37, and I know how my body felt at 37. Watching this guy and all the miles that he has on his body, I mean, he is Benjamin Button out there. I mean, it looks like his body hasn't taken on any beatings or nothing. I mean, how can he still do this at such a high level?
Henry, I'll to piggyback on your point, he is the oldest player in the NBA, turned 39 on December 30th. And before this, everybody in year 21, you could take every player, whoever played in year 21, whether it be Vince Carter or Dirk Nowitzki, Kevin Willis, add them all up. LeBron has scored more points already this season, and we still have 16 games left, than those players combined. Man. Vince Carter in year 21 had the record for most average points a game, 8 points a game. LeBron's averaging 25. I mean, we've just never seen anything like it. So your observation is a good one, but when you say how's he doing this, nobody knows because it's never been done.
It's crazy.
And I'll tell you what, guys, I think he's coming back. I think he's going to play 1 or 2 more years. And there are many, many nights this year where he's been the best player on our team, and it's not even close. There will be a play tonight, even with your speed on the Kings, where LeBron will grab a rebound and dribble past all 5 King defenders and dunk it. It happens at least once a game, every game. And he's just, he's dedicated to working out every day. As he says, he keeps the main thing. His trainer, Mike Mancius, who travels with us and has traveled with LeBron since his first stint in Cleveland, says he spends $1 million a year on his body. He's got a cryo chamber in his house.
Has to.
And so hard work pays off. And that's one explanation for how he's doing it. But you're right. It's never been done before. And every night I think we're lucky to get this guy doing his thing.
I mean, I just stood down there and marveled and watched him. I mean, the basketball skill is one thing.
Right.
I'm talking about the longevity of how you were able to do it. At 37, I had a 44-inch vertical. At 37, I was lucky to dunk a basketball. This dude is just still doing it off the bounce.
Yeah, and he is, if he's not the best player on our team, he's right there with AD. And to be doing, I think he's going to be all NBA this year. And to be all NBA at that age, I don't know if he'll be first, second, or third team. Last year, he was third along with Domantas and De'Aaron. But he'll be on one of those all NBA teams this year. It's freakish. The answer to your question is nobody knows, but it's fun to watch.
It's been a lot of fun to watch, and obviously we're watching history every time the King takes the floor. Speaking of your team, you've won the last 2 against pretty good opponents. You beat the Bucks on Friday night without LeBron, followed up with the win against the T-Wolves on Sunday night. You guys are trending in the right direction, 6 games above 500. How do you think Darvin Ham and the team is looking at it in terms of trying to possibly get into a top 6, or are they just trying to get the best seating they can for the play-in right now?
It's the latter. They're trying to get the best seeding they can get. The top 6 is going to be hard. 3 teams in front of them would have to fall apart, including you guys. Phoenix has a really hard schedule. But
hardest left, I remember.
Right.
Yeah.
If they falter, my guess is Dallas gets the 6. What our guys would love to do, they won't admit this. They'll just say they're trying to get to the 6 or the best seed they can get to. But I think if they can get out of the 9-10 game, they would be happy. Last year, they got to the 7 and then ran that all the way to the Western Conference Finals. They got lucky with some matchups, which, by the way, I was telling Jason Ross when I was talking to him that I thought the Kings made a mistake last year on that last game of the season.
Yeah, I heard you talking about
and basically they could have picked their opponent. They could have picked the Lakers or they could have picked the Warriors. And I know Mike Brown pretty well, and I think what Mike was thinking was he knows the Warriors really well because he was there for 6 years. He wanted to play the devil he knew. But if I was Mike, I would have tried to win that game, the last game of the regular season, draw the Lakers, who you were 3-1 against last year and 3-0 against this year. And I think that maybe the Kings get into the second round, but who knows? You never know until these games get played on the court. And by choosing to play the Warriors, I thought the Kings maybe took the road they didn't want to take. But we'll see it's funny tonight, guys. All 4 teams, like the season ended today, all 4 play-in teams are playing each other tonight.
Right.
Dallas is playing Golden State right now, and then we're playing you guys later tonight. So this is a night for all 4 teams. It almost feels like a playoff game, doesn't it?
Of course. Yep. You know what? I want to ask you this, John. When you're on a team like the LA Lakers, and you have players such as LeBron, such as AD, is it still championship or nothing? Because like with our team, as much as we love our team, we're not looking at it and saying, okay, we have to win a championship. Is it that way every year with LA?
Henry, it is. Not only is it that, I'll tell you a story. One year, I'm pretty good friends with James Worthy, the Hall of Fame Laker. Right. And one year, James Worthy was asked by TNT to give the Western Conference Championship trophy to the Lakers. And we were playing Denver in the Western Conference Finals, and we beat them. And so TNT says to Worthy, you're going to present the trophy to Phil Jackson, and the money shot we need is you handing Phil the trophy. So the ceremony starts, and Worthy comes out, and he says, Coach, congratulations. You're the Western Conference champions. And James doesn't hand him the trophy. And I'm in the room, and the floor director for TNT is going, James, hand him the trophy. James, the trophy. James, you're killing me. Give him the trophy. James. And then you can tell this guy's boss is yelling at him, and he's yelling at James. James is just ignoring. And the whole ceremony goes on, and Kobe says some stuff, and Shaq or Powell says some stuff, and Shaq says some stuff, or whoever was on our team that year. And the thing ends, and the guy takes off his headset and says, James, I'm going to get fired. You just killed me. You had to do one job. And I think James looked at him and goes, man, they don't want that thing.
Yeah.
And that Western Conference trophy, Henry, no one knows where it is. Yeah. We don't display them. We don't keep them.
It meant nothing.
It meant zero. We don't hang banners for anything other than championships. If Rob Pelinka was up here talking to you guys right now, and you asked him that question, championship or bust, he would say one word, yes.
And see, there's different levels to this, Scott.
No question.
Yeah.
It is different levels to this.
And especially, guys, with LeBron at the end of his career, obviously he's got a shelf life. Every year we don't win a title with LeBron, they look at as a lost year. Right. So, even though we're the, 9 seed, and it sounds ridiculous to talk like that, that's how they think of it. Every year's championship.
And that absolutely makes sense to me, John. I guess it does kind of beg the question, why was the play-in so important, or the playoff during the season, I'm trying to say, and putting
the in-season tournament.
Thank you very much.
Well, I can tell you the banner was the NBA. The NBA told them, you could do us a tremendous favor if you hang this banner.
Okay.
The Lakers didn't want to do it.
Okay.
And the NBA asked them, they said, look, you're the first ones to win it.
Yeah.
We want to make this into something. We're giving each one of your players $500,000. Do us this favor. Make a big deal out of it and hang the banner.
Okay.
So the Lakers did it. If you guys were in our building, you would notice it's much smaller. It's kind of off to the side.
Yep.
They were happy to win it and happy to take the money. But the reason they hung the banner was because the NBA asked them to.
How engaged to see? That's one thing that I always looked at. It seemed like LeBron was very engaged in the in-season tournament. It seemed like it seemed like that was like a goal for him, that basically, because it's new,
right?
No one else had gotten it. And if it was somebody that was going to get it, the King had to have it.
Not only that, but I think they looked at the money. And by the way, guys, this is a different discussion that we can get into if you have time. But I think that's why they don't try in the All-Star game. I think if they put $500,000 a player in the All-Star game, that the defensive effort would go up. Everybody would try harder. Our guys, to let you know, we played New Orleans in the semifinals of the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
We beat them by 44. We played them a week later in New Orleans and lost by 20 because we didn't, it wasn't for $500,000.
A different circumstance.
Right. And for something, we got a kid on our team, Maxwell Lewis, who $500,000 is 46% of his income this year.
Yeah.
Hey,
It didn't mean anything to LeBron or AD financially, but they knew they could help out these younger guys and get them the money. And that's why, guys, the Lakers are scary in the postseason, because if they all play like that, we're the weirdest team. We can beat anybody and we can lose to anybody. Yeah. We won a game this year, guys, in Boston. Think about this. In Boston, without LeBron and without AD.
Yeah, I've seen that game.
And, just because these guys said, we have nothing to lose, nobody's picking us. So they can flip a switch. It's just a matter of when they're going to do it. I would favor the Kings tonight just because the Kings kind of have our number, but I wouldn't be shocked if we won because you never know when we're going to win and when we're going to show up and when we don't.
You guys sound like us.
I was going to say the same thing. That's the same thing we've been saying about the Kings all year long. They can beat any good team on the road and they can lose to any bad team.
Yeah, like you guys, I watched the game the other night against Houston, which is a game here that you would think you would win. Yeah. And then we've had a couple of games against Houston this year. We split our 4 games with them. Okay. We beat them up when they came to LA and we got hammered when we went there. And so the NBA is a weird league, but we are the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team. If you looked at some of our losses, you would just say, how? And you look at some of our wins and you go, wait, they won without LeBron in Boston. They beat Milwaukee without LeBron. And we're just able to do that for some reason. So, the good news about my job is you never know what you're going to see on any given night. Yep. Like most of our games are close and you never know what side the Lakers are coming out.
Right.
Sure. The one thing you do know is when LeBron's on the floor, you're going to be seeing greatness.
Yeah, and it's really fun to get to call his game. I started in LA the same time Kobe did. And so I got lucky. I got the beginning and all of Kobe's great years. Mm-hmm. And now I'm getting LeBron at the end. And you guys, there'll be a couple of plays tonight where you will shake, especially you, Henry, because you played. You'll just shake your head and go, there's just no effing way. There is just no way that he just did that. And he does, he'll do some chase down block or, he'll hit a 40-footer and you'll be like, this is superhuman. But it's cool that we get to witness it.
And you know what? I was talking to Phil Handy. Phil Handy's a good friend.
The greatest.
I grew up with Phil in Oakland. And we said that besides LeBron and all these other things that he has going, his basketball IQ is just through the roof. It's like he sees the game 2 plays ahead.
Not only that, Henry, you could ask him, did you ever play in a game against him?
No.
All right. If you did, and you walked up and you said, hey, LeBron, Henry, good to see you. Played against you 15 years ago. He goes, I went left on you and you blocked it from behind. I mean, he's that guy. He's like Sean
memory.
Yeah, Sean McVay, the Rams coach.
Yeah, he knows every play from the entire
You
season.
could ask him, hey, Sean, second year, second quarter, you were playing the Niners. It was 3rd and 6. Do you remember that play? Yeah, we gave it to Todd Gurley, and they stuffed it. It was a bad call by me.
I mean,
that's how LeBron is. He can tell you, like, sometimes in his postgame presser, somebody will say, hey, you guys went on a 20-1 run in the second quarter. What was the key to that? He goes, well, what happened right before that was I made a turnover, Dito made a turnover, AD blocked a shot, and then we got it going.
Yeah, his basketball
and you're like,
is just crazy.
You've been playing basketball for 21 years in the NBA, and you can remember a play in the beginning of the second quarter? How?
And me and Phil said we only seen 2 other players that has that same type of mentality. We was talking Rajon Rondo and Jason Kidd.
Yeah. Who Rondo he played with and won a title with, and Kidd was an assistant that year. We won the bubble title in 2020. So, those guys are all kindred spirits.
Yeah. Well, Henry may not have played with LeBron, but he was in the first commercial of LeBron from the first game at Arco Arena.
Oh, you were playing for the Kings that night.
Yeah. Yes.
What do you remember about that game? Could you tell then that he was something or not yet?
Yeah, that game?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean,
he had like 20 plus in his first game as a rookie, right? As an 18-year-old.
He had 26, I want to say.
It's so funny because when you look at him, he looks exactly the same, but he back then he looked like a kid. You could tell that he was straight a kid. He still had a man body, but in the face he looked like a kid, and it looked like he was still figuring out, like, okay, how do I interject my game? And I remember when he got a steal on Doug Christie. He got the steal, and he went up, and he dunked that basketball, and you could see the look on his face like, yeah, I got it now.
Right. He was already starting to figure it out.
I got it now.
He is he might be one of the smartest players ever to play. And I think the thing that most people don't appreciate about him is, guys, he is a ridiculous passer. He's the NBA's all-time leading scorer, so of course he could score. But he's told me before that he would rather get 20 assists than 40 points. He really gets off on getting his teammates going. And you'll see, like, D'Angelo Russell's super streaky. And you'll see if D'Angelo hits a couple of shots, LeBron will start feeding him the ball and he throws him open and does a lot of different stuff. And so I think he's going to go down as, obviously, I don't know if any of us will be alive when that scoring record goes down, but I think he'll finish top 5 all time in assists too.
I mean, he's old school basketball though, because that's what you're supposed to do. Like back in the day, if whoever your guard was got on a roll, you fed him until he stopped making shots. Because on certain nights, certain guys can carry you.
Henry, I've done games in the whole first quarter when he hasn't taken a shot. It's because he realizes, okay, if I get him going, then I can just show up and start scoring, whenever. And he's got a streak of double-digit scoring that's longer than most people's careers. I think the last time he didn't have double digits in scoring was 2006.
Yeah, it's over 1,000 games.
Yeah,
right?
It's just ridiculous. So
and I don't want to dominate the but I do want to ask you this.
Yeah.
How is Domantas Sabonis not an all-star?
Well, how is De'Aaron Fox? I mean, what's weird is there's only 12 spots on the all-star team. Why?
It's crazy. It should be 15. If you have 15-man roster,
correct.
You should have 15 on the all-star.
Yeah, and some of these guys get paid based on all-star appearances, and more guys than 12 deserve it. And so to answer your question, I have no idea. I think they could both be all-NBA again.
I mean, we're talking about a guy, and like I said, I played in the old school era. Triple-doubles for big men was never heard of. This dude has almost a triple-double by halftime.
Well, and he had one against us last Wednesday.
That's what I'm saying.
And what's he got now? 47 double-doubles in a row?
Yeah, franchise record he broke last night.
Right. And I think he's coming up on – I think Kevin Love has the record at 53, right? He's coming up on the
he is getting up
on the all-time record. Do you guys think – I know we're going way over here, but do you guys think if the Kings could, would they reverse that trade? They're both great players. It's one of the rare. We were talking. Michael Thompson and I were talking the other day that it's one of the rare trades that worked out
for both
teams perfectly, because Halliburton couldn't do what he's doing here because De'Aaron's here.
Right.
Yep.
And Domantas couldn't really do what he was doing because Miles Turner's there.
Exactly.
So it was actually one of those weird deals that you're like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Those guys should be where they are now. So I don't think either side would reverse it. Don't you agree?
At all.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't be where we are right now if we reversed that back.
Right.
Not even close. And Tyrese wouldn't be the player he is if he were still here today as well. John, appreciate your time.
Oh,
anytime,
you have a game
boys.
to
call. This was awesome.
Yeah.
Well worth it.
And we'll enjoy it. And maybe we'll see you again for the playoffs. That would mean that two teams that were seeded after the 4, because I don't think either one of these teams are getting to the 4, would made it through. And that happened to us last year. We when you guys lost to the Warriors and we beat the Grizzlies, it was 6 versus 7 in the second round. So maybe we'll get that again, and we'll see you guys in a month.
Hey, let's hope.
It'll be a lot of fun.
All right, man. Great to see you.
Yes.
Great to see you. John Hartley, thank you so much. The voice of the Los Angeles Lakers, the play-by-play man on radio. We'll take the break, come back, we'll go around the league. It's game night right here. Sactown Sports 1140.
Sweep LA. The Kings go for the season sweep tonight against the Lakers.
Here's a great steal. Malik Monk ahead to Keon Ellis. A full-blown two-hand throwdown. And the Kings have a 20-point lead as the defense has just been spectacular.
The Kings and Lakers tonight at 7 on your home for Kings basketball. Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear tonight. It will stay breezy through the night tonight and again during the day tomorrow. Overnight low temperatures will drop into the upper 40s. Highs tomorrow will be in the upper 60s to around 70. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA3 app.
The 2024 Accord is once again a winner of the 2024 Car and Driver's 10 Best Cars, making Honda the winningest brand in Car and Driver Award history. Come drive it. We are Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Kevin Lewis with National Garage Door, reminding you that in Sacramento, National Garage Door is the king of garage doors. We service, sell, and install garage doors and openers. Call us today for your basketball special. A new 16x7 Rainer garage door with installation and a belt drive opener for only $24.49 installed. Give us a call today, 916-638-4554.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Hey, it's Boost Mobile here with a great deal to keep you connected and help you make the most of your tax refund. When you switch to Boost, you get 4 lines for $100 plus 4 free 5G smartphones like the Samsung Galaxy A15 5G or the Moto G Stylus 5G. We're here to bring you the best phones on America's largest 5G network so you can get after it. Switching is easy. Just head to your local Boost Mobile store for 4 lines and 4 phones for $100. New customers only. Requires ID verification. Select markets only. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
Hey, I have a secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink.
Oh, can I use it where my bra rubs under my...
Oh, yeah.
And what about down there? You know, my...
Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness from my pits to my...
Ooh, I love that it's a spray.
Me too. And it comes in sticks and creams too. Go get your Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Hi, this is Henry Turner, aka the High Flyer. I've done a lot of amazing things on the basketball floor, but now it's your turn to be amazing. For more than 55 years, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento has helped out the youth beat many odds. Too many littles, especially boys, are still waiting for volunteers, Big Brothers. Volunteers to spend at least 4 to 6 hours a month with local youth who needs guidance and support. So donate your time to Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the greater Sacramento area. Get involved. It's easy as a layup. Call 916-646-9300.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Welcome back into game night right here. Sactown Sports, 1140. Scott Marshall on with the High Flyer, Henry Turner. We're coming to you live from the Golden One Center. Our thanks to John Ireland. He was awesome having him on in the last segment, breaking down the Lakers. And Henry, we could have talked to him forever.
Oh, man, and believe me, I had so many questions to ask him. Because think about it. He's been through the span of Kobe and LeBron.
Yes.
And, I mean, I honestly wanted to ask him, what was the difference between the two?
Oh, man, I wish you had. I wish you had. That would have been such a great question.
Yeah, what was the difference between the two? Because, you know, we always want to throw out the GOAT. We always want to throw out the best Laker, the best player.
Yeah.
Like, what's the difference between? Because, see, he didn't seen pretty much every last one of their games in L.A.
Yeah.
So, like, what was the difference between those two?
Well, maybe if we match up in the playoffs, we can ask him that question.
You know what? I would love to. If we do, that's going to be the first question I ask him.
All right. Fair enough. Game night being brought to you by the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento. If you have a heart of service, you want to do something good in our community, there are a lot of kids out there that come from single-parent households. They can use an outside volunteer mentor. That's what Big Brothers and Big Sisters is all about. If you are interested in being a volunteer mentor, please call 916-646-9300 or visit bbbs-sac.org to learn all about it. Kings and Lakers, Game 4 of the series tonight. Sacramento going for the sweep We'll break that all down in the next segment, and we'll certainly get you to the injury report as well. But let's go around the league right now, as again, every game means something as we're closing out. We're getting to the last month of the schedule. Games currently going on right now. Pistons leading the Raptors 187. The Magic over the Nets 101-90. We have the Bulls over the Pacers 80-76. Heat and Nuggets. Of course, that's a rematch of last year's final. This one in South Beach right now. The Heat leading the Nuggets 61-60. Hornets over the Grizz 56-46. The Cavs beating the Pels 53-45. The Warriors and the Mavericks, and this was what John was alluding to, the other play-in game right now. They're tied at 27. The Warriors do not have Steph Curry in this game. He is expected to resume practice on Friday, and the Lakers and the Warriors match up on Saturday night. So
you know what, Scooter? Who should we be rooting for?
Yeah, well, let's get your thoughts on that one, because obviously if you look at the Western Conference standings, right now the Kings are currently in that 7th spot at 37-27.
Right, and that's just a couple of fraction points behind Phoenix, right?
Yep, just right behind Phoenix and just right in front of the Mavs. So right now in the standings.
So we want the Warriors to win that.
Yeah, let's see here. You've got the Suns are 38-27. We're 37-27. The Mavs are 37-28. And then you've got the Warriors at 34-30, the Lakers 36-30. So the nice thing, if we just break it down team by team with the Lakers, we're really 4 games ahead of them because we have all tiebreakers.
Got you.
No problem there. Warriors, different story. We don't have the tiebreaker against the Warriors.
How many games are we ahead of that?
We are 3 games up in the loss column.
Okay, so yeah, we want the Warriors to win.
I think so. The Mavs were only 1 game up. Now we do play the Mavs back-to-back here at home.
Right.
Up.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we want the Warriors to win.
Yeah, now we beat Dallas there.
Right.
So 1 more game, and we should get the season series against Dallas. But yeah, to your point, I think we probably are rooting for Golden State tonight, just because the Mavericks are a little bit closer.
Because my thing is this, Scott. Let's say if Phoenix is doing what people say they're doing and they fall apart.
Yeah.
I want that spot. I really want that spot. And I want the Kings to have some separations to where it's only Phoenix that they have to deal with. They don't have to deal with Golden State. They don't have to deal with Dallas.
Yep. No, agreed with that. And the Suns, they have the most difficult schedule left in the league in their 17 games. Of course, they come here in the second to the last game of the season as well. And that could have huge playoff ramifications as well. So a lot to look at there. Obviously, the big picture of the NBA, it's been about health and getting people back. For the Clips last night, tough loss for them. They're up 20 against the T-Wolves at home. Minnesota comes back, wins that game. Kawhi leaves the game, back spasms, uncertain for the road trip. So we know the Clips show without Kawhi. It's definitely a different scenario.
Yeah, now you go from having a V12 down to a 6-cylinder.
Yeah.
Because Kawhi is the engine that makes that team run. You still have, 3 great players.
But Westbrook's out with the broken hand right now, too.
Right. And, so that's why I say you go from a 12 to a 6-cylinder.
Yeah, no doubt. They're hurting on that bench without him coming off of it.
Another team that's still just trying to tread water and hope that guys are going to come back by playoff time.
No doubt. With Big Cat out in Minnesota and with Kawhi unknown how long he's going to be out for the Clippers. I mean, you're talking about the number 4 seed right now and the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. So certainly things could shake out differently.
Right. Things could shake up. And let's say if, because all of these are if.
Sure.
If Sacramento gets on a roll, like some of the other teams have it where they can knock off 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 in a row, that could definitely catapult them to where they need to be.
Yeah. So a lot riding tonight, obviously, in this game. The Kings trying to give the Lakers their 4th straight loss against them this season. When we come back, we'll focus in on the matchup. We'll talk about the great LeBron James, AD, what the Kings need to do here tonight. It's game night. And as always, it's being brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Check out their full line of luxury vehicles at mbofstockton.com. Injury report also coming your way next. This is game night on Sactown Sports 1140.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the 3. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my hiding spots. Ha! Found you. How?
That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Now through March 21st, get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Enjoy over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and our thrilling high-limit room with Sky River rewards that add up and up, and 18 elevated restaurants and bars. There's something for everyone. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients meet us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owe the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Right now, the sewer system is probably the last thing on your mind. And that's okay, because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. If you have a sewer problem like a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night.
Whether you prefer thrills or serenity, the 2024 Accord from Elk Grove Honda delivers both. With Honda Sensing Standard, the 2024 Accord is once again a winner of the 2024 Car and Driver's 10 Best Cars, making Honda the winningest brand in Car and Driver Award history. Drive a 2024 Accord Hybrid and see for yourself what the fuss is all about. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Welcome back in the game night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Game night being brought to you by National Garage Door. Call today for their basketball special, 916-638-4554. Scott Marsh and the High Flyer, Henry Turner with you. I'll stay till 6:30. Jason Ross joins in at the bottom of the hour. It's Kings Live pregame. Henry and Jason will have that. G-Man will be here as well. G-Man with the call tonight, 7 o'clock tip. This game's on national TV as well. ESPN is in the house. So a lot of attention being focused on this Kings team tonight. Should be a lot of fun. As we said, Sacramento has won the last 3 games against the Lakers, including last time down at Crypto.com. The Kings were down 19 in that game a week ago. They came back, took a 20-point lead, and ended up winning that contest. All right, let's look at the injury report. It's brought to you by our good friends at Arnold Law Firm, providing justice for you since 1975. If you're injured, call the Arnold Law Firm, 916-777-7777. For the Kings tonight, they do get Keegan Murray back. He was listed as questionable, but he has been cleared to play tonight. But unfortunately, a couple other men down. Trey Lyles, who went out in the first half.
Yeah,
knee
remember
injury.
that.
Yeah, he is out with the left knee sprain. Kyle Herter also out tonight.
Kevin Herter?
Yep.
What happened?
Right
Kevin?
leg contusion.
I didn't see that one.
I don't remember that in last night's game either.
Maybe it's something that happened during the contest of the game, and something just kicked in after the game.
Yeah, so no Trey Lyles, no Kevin Herter tonight.
Wow. You know what? But hey, they've always said it. They got the next man up mentality.
Yep.
So guys got to step up. Guys got to step in and fill those shoes and keep it going.
Yep. And with Keegan back, that certainly will help. As for the Lakers, Anthony Davis was on the injury report. He's probable. He's going to play. LeBron was questionable with the ankle, but as we heard from John Ireland, and we know from Henry, you seeing him work out, he will play tonight. The Lakers have been without some key players for a while, though. Cam Reddish out with the ankle. No Jared Vanderbilt. His foot injury. Gabe Vincent's been out for most of the year with his knee injury. Christian Wood also out with a knee injury. So the bench not as full as Darvin Ham would like it. But they are playing better. And since Darvin Ham went back to a starting lineup that include D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves, they have been a much better offensive team here in the second half of the year.
Right. And, Scott, you talk about the bench of the LA Lakers. I think that might be one part to where the Kings might really be able to exploit that, understanding that their bench is slim. So what you do is the older guys are out there on the floor. If you push the pace and they have nowhere to go to on the bench, that might be a plus.
No doubt. And it's interesting because, as we know, Sabonis is now 9-0 against Anthony Davis. And as we're trying to break down the reasoning for that, Henry, I think it's two things. One, Sabonis does such a great job of running the floor. I think AD has a hard time keeping up with Sabonis in just that consistent effort and his hustle up and down the floor.
Scott, I think it's one thing and one thing only.
Yeah.
Sabonis is aggressive as hell.
Yes.
And AD don't like contact.
No, he's not a physical player.
No, he don't like playing with contact. And when Sabonis start putting them shoulders in AD's chest, he doesn't like that, and he doesn't want no part of it.
Yep. And of course, as we've talked about, the Lakers just don't have a good, not that any team does, but the Lakers certainly don't have a lockdown defender for De'Aaron Fox.
I'm about to say it's not many teams that do.
No.
But those two guys, yes. De'Aaron Fox really bothers them, and not just De'Aaron Fox. I'm telling you, it's the Kentucky connection because Malik Monk
has
killed
the Lakers.
Too.
Yeah. Malik is the one that got away from the Lakers.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure after the last game we played them, LeBron was looking down there like, did we really let this guy go?
What were we thinking?
Where were you when I needed you?
Exactly. What is going on here? There's no question about that. The Kings have won 8 of 11 against the Lakers too. So it's been sustained success against this team, which is, certainly something that if you look at the history between these two teams, isn't something that's been the case for a long time.
Right. It's a good thing to see that the Kings have been able to, play competitive basketball against the LA Lakers, because especially for our fan base, because our fan base definitely deserves it. LA fans travel big. They come into this building, but it's something extra when our fans get to actually celebrate their team being victorious over the Lakers.
No doubt. Some of the other things you're looking for tonight.
Pace. The exact same thing that they did to Milwaukee last night. I understand it was a hard game last night, but still the Kings, that's what they need to do. In order for them to be successful, Scott, they're going to have to push that pace. They're going to have to start bringing some physicality down there in the paint. Get the ball out, get out in transition, and run, baby, run.
Yeah, it's interesting. Mike Brown pointed out in the pregame presser today, Giannis is number 1 in transition in the league. I fully see that, understand that. You know who's number 2 in the league?
Here?
LeBron.
Oh, LeBron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
at 39 years old.
He's a load. When he decides that's what he's doing, he's a low. He's one of the best in the business.
He's maybe the greatest ever. We've had that conversation. And of course, we won't go there for the moment, but the numbers speak for themselves. 40,000 points and counting. We will truly be watching history tonight. All accounts, he's coming back. We'll play another year or two. No reason to think whatsoever he won't. But anytime you get a chance to see LeBron James in person, you really have to soak it in.
Oh, no doubt, man, because you're watching history. Whether you like it or not, you're witnessing history, so you better take it all in.
Yep, you better indeed. All right, the Kings' remaining schedule after tonight. They've got the Knicks coming here on Saturday, and then the Grizz on Monday before they go out on that Eastern Coast road trip. So a chance for the Kings, again, to better the record here inside Golden One Center, where it's been good but not great.
this is another one that they need. I mean, for twofold, because we just talked about it.
Yep.
These 4 teams that are in these spots are playing each other tonight and sometime soon. So Kings definitely need to start this one off with a win.
Yeah, the Kings are 18-12 at home. That's a 60% win percentage at home.
Hey, I'll take it. But you know what, Scott? None of that makes no difference right now because this is a one game, this is a one-off. The Kings got to come here and take care of this one tonight.
They do. All right, that's going to do it for game night. Henry, is always great to talk to you. Have a great call tonight.
Yes, sir.
G-Man's here. He's getting ready to call this one tonight. It's the Kings and the Lakers. This has been Game Night. It's brought to you by Power Business Technology. Experience how the Power of Family can help your business office equipment needs today. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Coming up next, Kings Live pregame. Jason Ross in for that. Kings and Lakers tonight. Enjoy this one. Kings going for the sweep here at Golden One Center. Keep it tuned all night long. Sactown Sports, 1140.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998.